Been through the flame, now get out the way. Whole lot of change, still been the same, put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it, look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That witness degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal in room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in the room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in the few, might land in the tomb. With a vengeance, killing the ops and leaving no remnants. They all in attendance. Gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind. It's time, let you be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G Lee, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm notched up in TTA. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal in room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in the room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in the few, might land in the tomb.
Loud. Hate my grind, let's do something crazy. Get a bit wild today, 'cause we don't do this every day, and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive.
Yeah, motivated, I'm focused. Came a long way from the lowest. Yeah, gotta get it, the mindset, gotta put it in motion. This is the moment, gotta one up my opponent. Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me. I'm the chosen. It's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Yeah, whole lot of times they doubted I wouldn't be who I am without it. Sleepless nights, I counted. It all paid off, it's really astounding. I had to keep the faith to elevate. Hope for better days, they were coming. Now we can celebrate, knowing every day is abundant. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
Tell me where the competition. Seem like they all been missing. Never made a wrong decision. It's got me walking different. I stay gassed up. Please point the opposition. No scope, it's no joke. Just know I aim with raw precision. I went and got my bid up quick, 100 figures. They once was competition, now ain't sitting with us. Been on a wave since we've been away. Snatch the game, now we here to stay.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
It's that you can't touch me, things get ugly, they mad now. This all must be a whole new level to count. I'm packing on the pounds, pulled up with the dog hound, and I still had time to shut it down. Now you see them all screaming my name, see them trying to switch to my lane. They ain't never fit that frame, only present when the cash came. Plenty days I've been on the road chasing, no legend ever said they was complacent. Nah.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Yeah. Now or never. It's now or never. I'm in it to win it like Mike Jordan. Better run out for cover when I walk in. There are no limits to my calling. Going straight to the top like I've been boarding. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like
like a recital. I'm taking my shot like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Woo. Now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Yeah. Now or never. Yeah. Look. Keep quiet, the queen's talking, keep walking. Couple of rings brought in, lines choking. Couple of reporters reporting. Firing line with the red dot, no recordings. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot, like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Woo. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. It's now or never.
Let's go, hey, step back, look at the wrist, let go, let it go, switch, hey, turn the heads, can't miss this, run it up, it's my fitness, windows limousine tinted, stay up out of my business, hey, you can never break me down, need more to take me out, they was all cool back then, now they wanna hate me now, funny how it goes, can I get a countdown and drum roll, no time ain't an option, no, sit back, watch this unfold, hey. But it ain't nothing, let me tell you something. Hey, yeah, one shot, one chance. Look, time spot, been a plan. Talking drive time, 100 bands. Yeah, we pull up, got the blind high, been a man. Hey, yeah, one shot, one chance. Look, time spot, been a plan. Talking drive time, 100 bands. Yeah, we pull up, got the blind high, been a man. Gas in the tank if the wrong guy really wanna contest me, cause he envy everything that I got, what I am and he not, coldest one on the block. You know these boys don't got nothing but excuses. My whole squad been doing they thing, dropping nothing but exclusives. Ooh, I know you see me step back, flossing. Please don't get too close unless you proceeding with caution. Yeah, I broke the moves out, time got nauseous. We can never settle for no loss. Yeah. Hey. But it ain't nothing, let me tell you something. Hey, yeah, one shot, one chance. Look, time spot, been a plan. Talking drive time, 100 bands. Yeah, we pull up, got the blind high, been a man. Hey, yeah, one shot, one chance. Look, time spot, been a plan. Talking drive time, 100 bands. Yeah, we pull up, got the blind high, been a man.
stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Didn't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know, I'm a pro. Didn't know, I'm in the zone. Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Didn't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know, I'm a pro. Didn't know, I'm in the zone. In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa. Doing my thing, got the blinders on. Filling my stack, yeah, high and long. Time is on, I am a bomb. Golden touch, got the Midas on. Man, I don't play, I'm on the way. Beast mode, King Kong coming today. Obstacles, try delay. Crush that, we don't just do okay. Hey, on a wave, from the cave to main stage. I'm about to engage. Raise the price of my wage. Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Didn't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know, I'm a pro. Didn't know, I'm in the zone. Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Didn't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know, I'm a pro. Didn't know, I'm in the zone. In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa. My wage. Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Didn't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know, I'm a pro. Didn't know, I'm in the zone. In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa.
VCT EMEA 2025.
Hello everybody and welcome to VCT EMEA Ascension. It is going to be the lower bracket final today, and as you guys can see from the fans outside, they're excited, we're excited, and you should be excited because this weekend in the Riot Games Arena in Berlin, we are going to find out which team will be joining VCT EMEA next year. I am your host, Yingsu, and I'm here in the studio with Kakuka and Billy. Welcome, Billy.
Hi, I'm so excited to be here. This is very different to just chilling at home, remote broadcast. So yeah, it's really nice to be in the studio with you guys.
Do you like it? Was it as you expected?
It's so much bigger than I expected. I feel like I look tiny in this place right now.
Well, you're also next to me, and I always wear heels, so it is what it is. But yeah, very happy to be here. We're going to have a new winner, winner from a new region this year. So I'm very excited to see who's going to take it. Yeah, and this is the thing. This is the grand prize that one of our teams will get, which is a spot in VCT EMEA next year and joining the rest of our teams as well. But of course, it has come down to 3 teams. Many teams try to compete for this spot. And Kakuka, we're going to get either Apex, CGN, or PCF guaranteed to be joining us.
I absolutely love the different stories that we have. I also love that these are not teams that have had a flawless year and just go into Ascension having won everything, and maybe actually those teams struggle a bit more to fight against the other regions, where if you think about a team like CGN that had to battle their way, always coming second or third in their region, to actually make it here, it's a great story.
Yeah, I mean, we get to see Apex as well, already going through to the grand finals. So they're in the the same spot that they were in last year. And like you said, CGN having to battle it through. And then Pacific coming up from Premier. I mean, they've all got their own amazing individual stories. Like, it's incredible.
Yeah, and also, of course, they come from 3 different leagues. So we got Turkey, Polaris, and DAC as well. I know the fans from those regions will definitively say that their region is the best one, but we'll find out tomorrow. Let's talk about some of these teams and exactly how they got here, and start with Apex, because Billy, you set off my PTSD a little bit when you said that. It's the exact same story, because we hope not.
I mean, even like look at their win streak, 24 wins, 2 losses coming out of the Polaris that they competed in. They're in the exact same spot going through to that grand finals. I hope that it's not a return of events from what we had last year, but they'll be feeling nervous, I'm sure. But of course, it's a completely different roster for Apex this year, but it's the same formula. Having those, you know, pros up with like talent that are just coming up through the scene. It's just been really nice to see their journey.
And speaking about the forum, as you're mentioning, we have a lot of players that have experience, not in this exact stage, but in the VCT stage as well, thinking that they didn't drop a single map even until they got to June. Yes, they get a loss the week after, but when it comes to the groups and the groups that they were placed, everybody was thinking, oh my god, this is going to be so difficult, maybe we have some surprises, and they had to battle their way out. Now, it's good that they gathered those losses there, because when it got to playoffs, they still haven't dropped a single map, and that is the form that you want to make it to in the grand final.
Yes. Soulcast is back.
Yes, it was good. Yes.
I'm so happy. I'm so happy. But let's talk about another team, CGN, coming into this. The boys making all the noise, because I can hear their fans outside. I can see them through the window as well. And Kakuka, this will be huge for the DAC region if they can do it.
Oh yeah, exactly. And especially for them, they were the second in their region. They had to play through the play-in, as we're seeing here in the bracket, and then also struggle when it got to groups to even make it out of it. Again, second after Apex. For them, it's not only the fact that we're in Berlin, that the story would be amazing. The time that they've been together, the time that Benny has been in CGN, it would be amazing to have a team from Germany in Germany, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, I'm not biased ever, of course, and I'm definitely not rooting for PCF. And Billy, the thing is, it's hard to not want to root for them though, because they have just the greatest story ever making it here.
That's what I mean, like the fact that this team are super young, you know, you've got so many youngsters within this roster. Rose being the oldest at 20 years old, coming up through Premier. I mean, their story speaks for itself. They've had such a nice run, and to get to this point as well, stomping their way throughout Ascension as well. Of course, they're in the lower bracket now, but like they've been flawless all throughout Ascension so far.
Exactly, and if they have a bone to pick, it's against CGN, because as you're saying, their players were looking amazing. It's so surprising to see, because if we were to mention a league where we get most of the talent from, it would probably be Turkey, right? But the way the Pacific has done it, the way that they've earned our hearts match by match, as I said, they only have one bone to pick. If they manage to get and secure that spot, that's crazy for the org, but it has to come through first beating CGN and getting that revenge.
Yeah, and look at these players on stage. I am getting excited. I can't wait to see what we're going to get on the server as well, because as I said, we have 3 teams left, 2 best of 5s to separate between them and see which team is going to be making it all the way to VCT EMEA. And I think that's a very important thing we got to mention. We have 2 best of 5s coming into this, and the pressure ramps up, but also they're a little bit more forgiving when it comes to competing.
I think that especially when we think about the best of 5 that we have today in that lower bracket, the CGN versus Pacific. Pacific hasn't played a lot of best of 5s all in all. I would say like a couple maybe throughout the year. And especially when we think about CGN and the way that their match went, going and having more maps, maybe they run a little bit out of steam on that third one. They thought everything was lost. And so far, I think that they have a very good shot for this best of 5.
Yeah, they do indeed. And this is the thing. Apex, they're in another grand final. We have seen this film before, and I definitely did not like the ending last time they made it into final. But again, a very, very different roster. And of course, Apex fans, don't worry. They will be in action tomorrow, and they will face the winner of CGN versus PCF today. But here's the thing. We're here in Ascension, and we have some, I would say, Ascension royalty already in VCT EMEA. So why not bring one of them in as well and see insight they could offer? And of course, the tank.
He's on the wall.
He went
wall.
So we're gonna get it in. Oh, here we go on the tank. Welcome.
We
it's
have
so
to
nice
suffer through this. We're not sorry.
Nice
We're so not sorry.
Yeah.
I'm so happy to be here and do
Yeah.
Good one.
He
Instead
looks
to be
it.
right.
How do you feel about us changing the lyrics to You're on the Wall? You with it? You like it?
Yeah, it could be funny. I mean, it's good to adapt the lyrics with the move, you know?
Yes.
I love the song.
Knock on the wall is good as well.
Yeah, oh my god, I'm so happy to hear you say it. That's amazing. But this is the thing, you've been here before, you won the entire competition. So I know, who better to talk about this than you with us? And we're gonna start with a little segment that we're gonna call Will It Work? In VCT EMEA, because some of our teams here have been doing some funky comps, some funky maps as well, and they've been having a lot of success on it. So I wanted to ask you, Natang, Kakuka, and Billy as well, whether you think that these comps I'm about to show you, if they were to make it into Tier 1, will they actually work? Can they get away with this in Tier 1? And we're gonna start with a good old Apex Lotus comp. And of course, this is where they play the Deadlock, they play the KO. When they first brought it out, we were like, oh, okay, looks good, maybe in 1 and done. At this point, it's like a 4 and still not done. So I want to see on 3 whether it's going to be a yes or no. All right, 3, 2, 1. Yes, it's going to work in VCT EMEA, or no, it's not going to work. Oh, it's unanimous. Why?
I'm 50-50.
Yeah, I'm 50-50 as well. Like, I feel their comp is so good in defense with the Deadlock and the Cypher, so double Sentinels. But I think they will lack in attack to get positions with only KO and Omen flashes. I mean, it's hard on this map to play KO anyway, so yeah.
You do get a lot of control in the attack. Like you're very secure of the space that you're giving up, and also the way that they use it and how they set up everything for after the plan, for just playing for the post plan with a lot of that Sentinel utility onto the side can work. The problem is, everybody should remember, in EMEA, there was a moment, well, you as well, Natang, where people were trying out stuff, trying out the Deadlock, let's do this here and there. And there are teams that even just from cracking them before going onto stage, they already had something prepared for it. This works in Ascension, 100%. Will this work in a way? 100%. The second time, maybe. The third time, though, it's not working.
I think it's the foot thing, right? Like they were doing something similar and they got away with it. So what do you think, Billy?
I mean, I can appreciate that Soulcast is really enjoying geeking out on the Deadlock and coming up with his own place and things like that. But I have to agree with Kakuka. Like, it's one of those things that you can easily counter once you've seen it so many times. And that's what we've seen throughout Ascension so far as well. I mean, fair enough, it's got them this far, but in VCT, I don't think it's going to be the same.
Well, we're definitely going to see it tomorrow, I feel like, no matter what happens. But let's move on to the next team here, coming from PCF, and this is Lotus once again, but a little less weird. Something I think could work, but what do you guys think? 3, 2, 1, let's show of hands, yes or no? Will it work? Will it work? Oh, okay, unanimous again. Billy, I'll start with you this time. Why do you think this will work?
So I think because they have such an aggressive playstyle, I rate it. Like, of course, you're going to go with the double initiator. You're going to have that Neon sliding in. And, like, they play so unorthodox compared to other teams in VCT, I want to say. So, yeah, I think this works for how they kind of take the game of Valorant. You know, it just works with their playstyle.
I have to completely agree. I think that some of the compositions, or for example, the other one that we were seeing, the engages that you're looking for are not so strict as with this one. With this one, you want to fight. You have a couple of stuns. You have the info. You are looking for the duel. And honestly, if you have comeback, you're making the right decision.
Here's the thing, though. I feel like it works, the tank, because it's because these 5 players.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, also, like, their comp is so explosive. Like, they have Neon who can run on any spell, like Omen Flash, Bridge, Stun. And also they have Sova to counter with Shock Dart, the Cypher trips. So, I mean, you play Neon in this comp, you're happy. Like, you know, Bridge Stun, Reveal, Omen Flash.
Play for you.
Then it's easy sight, you know?
I think Comeback's having a very nice time on this map. And last comp, but not least, it is the CG and Ascent comp. And Natang, you know a thing or two about Phoenix. You've played it a handful of times. Yeah, just a little bit. But how do you feel about doing this Astra Phoenix stuff? You like it?
I like it, and especially like with like the way Benny is playing it is different, and he's bringing a new game style also with his IGL. So yeah, I mean, this comp is nice. Anyway, we saw it for Ascension, how we won it. So it's Ascension, it's Ascent, right? Ascent map. So yeah.
So are you voting yes? Then?
Double duelist.
Are you voting yes? It would work. You guys too?
I'm voting yes.
Oh,
yes, it could work.
Yes. Yes, especially now that they're gonna buff Ascension, she's gonna have 5 stars.
Yeah.
Send it, absolutely.
Nice
Everybody
point.
should be running this. But I agree with Tank. It's not only what they do in Ascent. This is just a sample of all the maps that they played that Phoenix in. And as you're saying, the way that they use it is not as running a double duelist. It's like a supplement. Sorry, like it would be like the KO, right? Just use it for initiator utility, but just having an ult that is much more versatile.
Yeah, I think when you think about how Benny plays the game in particular, it fits his IGL style. You know, he kind of wants players to be making their own decision and have those individual moments where they shine. I mean, I think he's openly said that it shouldn't matter what agent we play. It should be how we take on those duels, which for this roster, it works.
Yeah, I mean, it's worked so many times. It's not like it worked 2 or 3 times. It's the entire year we've seen them on Ascent. It's worked. But this is the thing. We have all the players in the studio, which means we get to chat to them. Earlier, we checked in with Anguis and got his expectations for this weekend.
The most important thing to know about our team would probably be that we're very unconventional as a team. You know, not like any other team, we just have our own style. I think we have a good chance to win because we've grinded our asses off to get where we are. We've gone through the lowers and play-ins, beat everyone. You know, we got here. So I think we have a good chance to win.
Let's see if Laroc's learned his lesson, or does he start creeping towards the stairs again? Underhand flash, probably there, but that's going to have to be a gorgeous flash. He had to have caught two. He's trying to find some refuge in the smoke, and CGN clearing through.
What do you think, which matchup will be harder, Apex or Pacific?
Definitely Apex, because we've already lost twice to them. The first time, it felt like a bit of a throw. We definitely should have took it there, but the second time they smashed us, fair play. But I think the third matchup will be good, and we have some things up our sleeves, you know.
I can't wait to see what they got up their sleeve, but this is the thing, as he said this already, we've seen this matchup, and the last time we saw this matchup, Kukuka, it went in the way of CGN.
Yes, I think everybody was very excited to see Pacific after they made it flawlessly out of the groups to see how they would play against the other group. And when it got to playing against CGN, after winning the first map, everybody said, oh my god, this is so done. Like, now that we go to Ascent, it's going to be a easy 2-0. And CGN proved us again why they're so good at the Ascent. It's not something that you can easily counter, like the way that they move around mid. They're sometimes the easiest team to read, and sometimes the most difficult one to read. And most importantly, on the last map, on Sunset, it looked like Pacific was not there. And this is the only team that has made us feel this way about Pacific.
I think the thing for me when I look at these two teams is CGN has had so much adversity that they've had to face, which has kind of set them up well for this point. You know, they've had many challenges coming up through play-ins. A lot of the maps that they've went up against, it's gone to the third map. Pacific have been stomping the whole tournament. So if they've been stomping and having 2-0s all tournament, and now we've got a best of 5 today, one thing that's in my mind is how is that stamina going to keep up? You know, they've been having 2 maps. They've not even really had to go to the third. So when we're looking at the 5th map, if it gets to that point, it's going to be difficult for them.
I love that point because this best of 5 as well on the tank is going to be on stage.
Yeah.
So how much does that change things for these
I mean, it does change because the format is like, for them right now, CGN is their first match in online, so they can be a bit nervous, but also Apex, you know? Like, I want to do the sub transition with Apex, just real quick to explain you guys, but it's like Apex, it's their first match on LAN, so they can be also under pressure. So, like, if Pacific, for example, whoever wins this match has a little bit of advantage because they play on LAN 1 match before the final, so yeah, let's see.
So it's a good thing, you think, they get
yeah,
to
it's a
play
good
today.
thing to beat from down, I think. Yeah, when it's on LAN, yes.
Even if it goes to a 5th map, like if it goes to a 5th map and we have like a very long day, do you think that still plays to their favor, having to play another maybe very long best of 5 tomorrow?
That might be a difficulty. I mean, let's see, you know?
So they have to do it in 4. Let's say 4 is the limit?
I think it's okay. Like, they will be inside the competition. I think it's not going to be a big deal, even if they go deep.
I mean, in fairness, that's how you guys did it, right?
Yeah.
You guys had to grind it out, and I felt like the more you played, the better you got, especially in this environment. So we will see how they do indeed. But for now, again, we have the players here with us, and I cannot wait to see what you guys make of the youngsters on PCF. So let's get to know them just a little bit better. very, very excited to be joined by three rookies here from PCF. It's Loite Larocque and Comeback, and we're going to have a little chat and get to know you guys a little bit better as we head into the last couple of days of Ascension. Now, my first question is a very simple one. You guys have a really crazy journey, I think, going from, Premier into the Turkish League into here as well. So are you able to tell me a little bit about how it all started? Why did you want to play with each other? How did the team form and so on?
Oh, okay. We can, we were already playing in mix. We saw that there was a tournament. We played against each other. Then our IGL Rose made a tryout for the Turkish League. He has a very clear goal that he wants to go to the Turkish League. Then he gathered us. We had a trial 2 weeks and we play.
Now, obviously, dedicating yourselves to something like this at a young age is still not, I guess, the most kind of normal thing to do. A lot of kids maybe your age want to do something, be a footballer or go to university. So why did you guys choose this, and what inspired you to do this?
It's because of when I really young, when I'm 7 years old, my brother was playing video game, League of Legends. So I wanted to start to play video games with him. Because of that, I started to play with video games. Then I wanted to be like the best of the best. So I really started to work hard for 3 years. Then I be a professional.
You good at League of Legends?
Not that good. No. I was platinum.
Oh, okay. So then why Valorant? Why did you want to go pro in Valorant?
After League of Legends, my brother plays a lot of games. So I all the time join him. But he was all the time bullying me in League of Legends. You are so bad. Why are you doing this? Then I started playing FPS games and I dedicated myself to be good because my brother always bullying me. So I will say, I'm good at this. Then I started to play very good and I said I should be professional.
You can bully him now.
Yeah. I'm bullying him now.
Does he watch your Valorant games?
Yeah.
Yeah?
He will come to Berlin too.
He will be here?
Yeah.
Oh, well definitely should interview him. But what about you two?
Ben küçükken futbolcu olmak istiyordum. Futbolu iyi oynuyordum o zamanlar ama bir ara kolum kırıldı. Kolum kırıldıktan sonra evde kalmaya başladım uzun süre. Evde kalmaya başlayınca biraz video oyunlarına bakmaya başladım full. CS oynuyordum ve bayağı CS oynadım. CS'den sonra Valorant çıktı. Valorant'a devam ettim. Ondan sonra da başka bir şey düşünmedim. Valorant ilk çıktığında direkt e-sporcu olacağım dedim yani.
Okay. And what about you?
Kötü dönemler geçirdim. Çalıştım bilgisayar almak için. Hiç zevk almıyordum çalışmaktan. En çok zevk aldığım Valorant olduğu için Valorant'a başladım ve sonunda başardım ama daha yolun başındayız.
Yeah, you're very good at it. I think you're one of the best at it. Would you say there's a lot? What kind of challenges have you found doing this compared to other things that you did enjoy? Why do you love this so much?
Laptopla oynuyordum zamanında. Laptoptan internet kafeye geçtim. İnternet kafeden sonra çalışmaya başladım. Zorlukları çalışmakta en çok.
Wow. So when did you get your first PC? When did you actually have some nice gear for the first time? What was that like?
2 yıl önce.
Only in the last 2 years? Wow. So what's it been like for you to play on stage then? Going from having to play in an internet cafe to actually being on a big stage?
Çok gurur verici.
I love that. Now, there's many great things about Turkish Valorant, but is there anything that you want to improve about the scene? I don't think that gets talked about a lot. Is there anything about the Turkish scene that you think can be better?
Çok daha geliştirilebilir çalışarak veya oynayarak. Ama hep aynı isimler döndüğü için genelde liglerde o yüzden biraz zor gibi duruyor ama halledilirse çok kolay geliştirilebilir.
So what are your views on these players that came before you, that managed to achieve so many great things?
I respect them and we love them, to be honest. We watch them a lot, their games, and we respect them.
Is there one particular player that you maybe watch the most or like the most?
I'm watching Boot and Rian's most, I guess. Yeah, they are really good. I hope they win champions.
Hepsi çok güzel oyuncular, çok iyi oynuyorlar. Bayağı da üstün yerlere geleceklerini düşünüyorum. Benim en çok sevdiğim ve izlediğim Riens olabilir. O çok mantıklı oynadığını düşünüyorum Riens'in. Diğerleri de gayet iyi ama rolüm Riens'e daha yakın olduğu için daha çok Riens'i izliyorum.
Hepsinin kendini gösterdiğini düşünüyorum bu sezon ama Wood arkadaşım olduğu için ve çok sağlam bir eğimi olduğu için yani.
How do you feel about being having people having so much hype around you, you know? Because the only time I can remember this level, not just in Turkey, but everybody was CNET. You know, that was the last time.
Çoğu kişi zirveye çıkıp bırakır. Benim hedefim zirvede kalmak olduğu için her zaman çalışıp kendimi göstermeyi oynayacağım.
Cold answer. Thank you very much, you three, and good luck in Ascension.
Thank you.
That is a very cold answer from our rookie player, PCF. He doesn't just want to get to the top, but stay at the top as well. And let's talk about why we are so excited about comeback in the tank. It just feels like he is playing a different game compared to everyone else.
Yeah, I mean, what he said right now, it's just like having the good mentality. Like, it's perfect to think like this, and I'm also being like this, and big respect, man.
You excited to potentially maybe play against him next year? You know, who knows?
Yeah, obviously.
Can we quote this for when they play against each other and the tank is on the suffering end, on the receiving end?
Hey, we're building rivalries already. We are. But this is the thing,
We'll
though,
have to wait, though.
Billy. Every time the observer is on him, just magic just happens.
This guy is unstoppable. Like, if there's one word I could use to describe comeback, it is electric.
Yeah.
Like, fearless, has so much impact, and is just so hungry to just frag out and get kills and see his team succeed. So yeah, it's definitely someone that we need to be keeping an eye on going into this weekend.
Yeah, and one of the reasons I brought CNED into this when we were chatting is because, you know, back in the days, 2020, this guy had an op and he would just kill everybody with an op. And if you guys take a look at this graphic behind us, the amount of kills that Comeback gets from sniper weapons is just ridiculous in the tank. We're talking about 43% of his kills.
Yeah, like, look, the half of the circle is just Operator, Marshal, Outlaw kills. Like, this guy is just insane.
I mean, it's also very funny to think that he is not the duelist that has bought the most op. It's not like he's buying it every single round, but he is the one that gets the most proficiency out of it. Same with the Outlaw. Like, it hasn't been that popular, but Comeback just plays it every single time that he has a chance. But if you then look at his clips, you will see him getting kills with this ult or with the Vandal, and it just literally doesn't matter. This only speaks to the versatility and the understanding the pressure and how good it has been working against other teams, because they have not found the key to deal with Comeback and the operator situation.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I want to say is you will see him on Jet a lot of the time, which is probably why we see these sniper statistics to be so high. Kayok, on the other hand, very flexible across your Yoru, your Neon, your Jet as well. So yeah, I mean, he's great on Jet and he's great on the op.
I feel like it's a mind game as well, because imagine you're getting killed, like, I mean, I don't know what average would be, like 3 times a map in the tank by an Outlaw. You're gonna be annoyed. It's gonna get in your head.
I mean, yeah, and if you know that he's playing Outlaw, for example, like, you don't play Sheriff second round, then you want to save your shield and being full shield for by round.
Yeah, you got to change your whole whole strategy just for this one guy. This one guy. And this is where things get even crazier, because statistically, he's up there with every category, you know, ACS, ADR, whatever you want to say. But also one particular Sakakuka, which is first death percentage. I mean, Larocque, you know, a couple of times we see him play the duelist, but compared to everybody else, Comeback is just in the lead.
Yeah, exactly. It's crazy to see how successful he is, how good he is at the duels, how we know that he is always going to be very eager to take them. But I think it plays along that Larocque is also behind him, because the amount of times that we're going to see them playing together, and actually Larocque, like, enabling him a bit to have that kind of impact, merges very well with a very good executed micro and Comeback on top.
I feel so bad looking at element stats here when you've got Benny playing that Phoenix on so many maps. Like, you kind of have to go in and take these combats yourself. But yeah, I just want to, like, echo what Kukuka said here. Like, Larocque and Comeback are always playing with one another, and that's probably why his first death percentage is so low, because he's not even having to engage in the first duel to begin with.
Yeah, but he's always on top too. Like, he goes in, he gets like 3, and then the round is done.
Yeah.
But let's talk about this Element head-to-head, because Billy, I'm really glad you brought this up, because Element, who's been here for a very long same time, by the way, is also on top of his A game. He's doing great.
Yeah, he's been doing fantastic. And I mean, considering that he doesn't always have a primary initiator going in with him, it is that Phoenix that the CGN are playing with, whatever elements playing with. Yeah, it's difficult for him to go in and get those kills, but he's still finding success. So it's been really nice to see his progress throughout the tournament.
I think that coming into today, he's in incredible form, that he's been performing super well throughout groups, throughout playoffs. Again, playing within this system, like, yeah, you're running with the Phoenix, but the plan is a little bit different, especially on a map like Abyss that we were just seeing. I think it's so interesting the way that they segment the map using the Astra and whatever utility they have to take the best advantage and getting in those duels. But it's always Element finding the kill. If Benny goes down at first, doesn't really matter because there's always another layer to it. And I think it is very surprising to see, and it's a different skill set to see from a duelist being able to adapt to this kind of situations where it's not so orthodox.
And I love the juxtaposition of this as well, because Comeback was probably like 13 when Element first came on the scene.
We need to stop playing this game too, because if we...
in Valorant and Natak, you were there too. I mean, I'm sure you remember Element when he was playing his Jet back in like 2021.
Yeah, I mean, the last time I played against him, it was like when I was not even professional. It was, I think my team was called Hydrated. Like, it was like just a mix, you know, and he was already smashing everyone, so it's good to see him here.
Yeah, and what do you make of this head-to-head as well? Two very explosive players.
It's gonna be a great fight between them. Like, you can see that Comeback is winning over all the stats, but you know, you can't know what impact can bring Element in the team. So, and can change the thing. It can change it. It can change the match with other tools, you know, other way than just stats. So let's see.
I mean, he's already won once, so why could he not just do it again? We were talking about out of 100 times, Combo would win 99. Well, he only needed to win one. If he manages to do it again, I think it would be amazing for them. It is 100% possible. I think it's all in the key of the maps that we're going to be seeing today.
Yeah, I think Comeback has a lot of pressure on his back as well, though, because when we think back to the last time they played, like, he had more first deaths than first kills. You could argue that he wasn't necessarily doing his job as a duelist to the best that he could have. So I think going into this one, he's going to be feeling a lot of pressure, knowing that Element was in his head last time around.
Oh, I like that. Here's the thing, though. Everything in the past no longer matters. And it's time to kick off the opening day of the Ascension weekend. Today, a spot in the grand finals is on the line. And let's bring out CGN and Pacific onto the stage.
It's my dream and it's my promise. My dream and it's my promise.
I mean, we have a lot more experience than the kids and the random Germans. The kids and the random Germans are probably gonna themselves.
We have a few plans, but I can't go in detail. We have a few plans, but I can't go in detail.
Looking to take space, looking to set up.
We are winning Ascension because we are the best.
Make butters up.
We are the best. We are the best. Just have to win in mind, to win in mind, win in mind.
It's going from bad to worse for CGN.
We just need to get to the finals against Apex and hopefully third time's the charm.
It's hard for the other teams. We've fallen to Apex twice now.
We will be the best.
Ten teams entered Ascension, each carrying the hopes of their region, fighting to earn their spot amongst the stars of VCT EMEA. One by one they fell, until only 3 remained, all with that same dream to challenge the legends awaiting in VCT EMEA and have fans across the globe cheer their names. For Pacific, CGN and Apex, their journey began a long time ago, but their fate is about to be written. Only one will make their dreams a reality. It all starts right now, live from the Riot Games Arena in Berlin. Welcome to the stage, Pacific!
They don't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. They don't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. They don't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on a job. They don't know, I'm a pro. They don't know, I'm in the zone. They don't know
and CGN!
They don't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. They don't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost long nights on the job. They don't know I'm a pro. They don't know I'm in the zone. In my zone. Yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone. Focus on my goals. Wow. Doing my thing, got the blinders on. Feeling my stack, yeah, high and long. Time is on. I am a bomb. Golden touch, got the mind is on. Man, I don't play. I'm on the way. Beast more King Kong coming today. Obstacles try to delay. Crush that, we don't just do okay.
Time any of these players have ever set foot on this stage, and with some luck by the end of today it won't be their last. But here is the thing, it is a best of 5, it is a rematch, but there is one thing we know that is basically as possible to happen as life, death and taxes, and that is CGN banning Icebox and picking Ascent. Is it gonna happen again today?
I mean, it all depends on what Pacific decides to do. As we're saying, this is a rematch from a best of 3 that we saw earlier in the playoffs. So let's see if we see some surprises, because of course, as we head into the map veto, yes, the first 2 is true, and Pacific has banned Ascent.
Okay, Billy, I've been waiting for someone to do that for the entire competition.
I respect it. Like, I actually respect that ban on Ascent coming out from Pacific. I mean, you have to after the last time they played it, surely, right?
Yeah, you have to indeed, which means we won't see the Phoenix Astra stuff, but we will be heading to Lotus first and attack, as we discussed before. Pacific probably gonna run that Sova Breach Neon comp, and this is a good place for them to start and try and get ahead.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. I mean, I think they can be surprising them instantly. On first map, Lotus, and having explosive comp like this, it can be very, very difficult for CGN.
I think we're being treated. The first 2 maps are so exciting to watch, because on the side of CGN, we're looking at a map that they have not lost a single time this year on the first one. It's a little bit of pick your poison. And for Pacific, it's a map that they were not doing good in their region, but once they got into the between regions, they've been pretty flawless.
Yeah, and Billy, what do you make of the Asian select?
I mean, no changes. So, like, Pacific sticking with what they know best. I mean, we just had a conversation about, do we think it's going to work in VCT? Let's see if it works in Ascension first, you know? So, yeah, I mean, I'm excited. I'm looking forward to getting stuck into this one.
Yeah, and the tank, what do you make of CGN's comp?
They have only one flash, like Benny on Gecko, so it can be tough for them for fighting A. Like basically just Gecko is throwing one flash, but if you just shoot it, then it's over for them. They don't have flashes. So it can be hard. I think Pacific will have control of A most of the time, and let's see how they deal with it.
Yeah, and I'm thinking about those first rounds, because right now CGN is looking very, very good on those pistol rounds. On the other side, Pacific is not looking the best. So when you get the first feeling of the stage, that's where you got to start.
Well, the teams are ready, and we have an electric crowd here as well. But who better to run us through this game than the absolute staples of Ascension? It's Haza and Kyra.
Thank you so much, Sue and the desk. Yes, we are here in Berlin, and I can tell you what, the home crowd certainly has their favorite. However, with the opening map being Lotus, things could get interesting very quickly. CGN undefeated here, 14 times played, the same comp from the beginning of the year with 0 losses.
Yeah, I mean, Haza, that's the thing, though, coming into LAN, Pacific, they have more games than CGN, and playing one split in split 2, right, rather than CGN across, what, 2 years of tier 2.
That's exactly it. Form is temporary, but class is permanent. The 3 titles speak for themselves. CGN have been here before, but not on this stage. Jalassen trying to gauge the early aggression that's being played through, and Vince will land the first blow.
Now, straight away, trying to pivot on towards C and put the pressure towards Anguist, and that's not a player you want to try and pressure. Stood up time and time again, site taken. CGN Haza, they're looking to play retake.
Yeah, immediately setting up for it after getting the numbers in their favor. No traps, no flank. Not something to be thinking about right now. Damage traded, Anguist and comeback both low. But lots of utility on Pacific's side that they can use to try and halt this. And, well, they've already used most of it.
Yeah, exactly. Now, as the players start to back out in towards main, Or even trying to, in fact, it's just Leota. They're all getting pinged up. They're all getting taken out in Pacific. They look as if they're in prime position to win this, but it's up to Element. Against a 1v1, Leota, Laurent, they're all going to win, and it's Pacific to get the first round.
Such a big blow to deal early on here. Their first pistol round against CGN this competition. They lost all 6 in the best of 3. Picking up some steam nice and early. And as I said before, look, there are favourites here, but this is new territory for a DAC team. Kings of Cologne taking to the stage with the Berlin backdrop, and with it being the 160th competitive match in the capital since the EMEA League was founded, only the first a German team are able to represent their nation here.
Camera on B main already destroyed. Comeback already with a Marshall, man. He's just so good.
Opening it up. Lots of space on the right-hand side of the map. A is open for the taking, and it's come back again. He loves to buy into the Marshall, whether it be anti-eco, win, loss. Ooh, this one's looking a little bit dicey. CGN do manage to recover. The Pacific in prime position now, the safe plant considered as well. Anguish Sheriff has got to go huge.
Has, but they already know about where he is. The Eldrone confirming it has. You're asking too much of the single Brit in the server. I mean, what more can he do?
Tried to look for an isolated engagement, nothing given. Safe hands on the Pacific side of the server. The triple swing will confirm. They bring a couple of rifles into the bonus. A strong start for the Turkish team. Can it get any better?
Well, that's it, Hazza. Now coming in towards this, you're looking towards CGN to start to thrive, right? Throughout this, CGN mostly get their rounds on the attack, right? That really weird
Tried to look for an isolated engagement, nothing given. Safe hands
I mean, they really
on the Pacific side of the server.
Pacific need to really be careful that they don't over-peek into that.
Jalarson trying to use the control in the mid-map just a little bit. Laissez-faire both teams. Nobody wants in for now. Towards the extremities where Pacific begin to ply their trade, and it's the upgrade to the Outlaw, which is just so scary. On a Soul, Davi H has to be really careful with his utility used. It's just the recon available right now.
Enemy mark.
Huge fight to win for Davi. He's going to pick it up. Is there any more laying in wait? Larok, he invites it, and Pacific do punish. That's an opener. The question is there any more behind it? And right now, they have absolutely no idea.
I mean, big question mark. Well, does CGN commit to clearing out this space right now? So hesitant. And at the same time, you look to what Pacific have been doing through the mid-round has, or in the meantime, they've been clearing out C, right? They've had the Eldrone go in, check the KG setup. Right now, Pacific have a really good read of this round.
Setup is there. They're expecting the peak. Anguist, known for playing out on an island, but this one's already been dug up. Is there a hole to be filled here? His grave, or can he stand his ground? Gonna give up the possession of the site. 4 on 4, and still CGN know they do have a slight advantage in terms of the weaponry. Open plant over the top of the smoke. Bullets traded, but no real damage on the board. Pacific were able to convert from this situation last time, even without the numbers.
Look at the post plant, so much different to last time, where they were a lot more present on site with the utility that they had, and now they're just leaving it up to Loiter, on site, alone.
Oh! Up top gets one, Element trades it, but time is starting to wear thin. CGN need more kills, and they need them now. The players towards Mound are holding their own. The wingman can delay, but for no much longer than Larok's 3-piece to add a third round to Pacific's tally.
Yeah, I mean, the diversity that Pacific are showing in the post plants as well has it just shows you how mature this young roster is. They originally played on the site, then they're playing off sites because they know they have the mollies, they know they can hold the cross, and they know they've got the ability to do it.
That's exactly it. For it being such a young team, Larok, Loiter, the two 16-year-olds look like men amongst boys, honestly, at times. Doing such heavy lifting for their team. And that is always the mentality here. That's a nice shot, Element, making things more difficult for them. Davi follows it up. These marshals in the mix are causing mayhem for now. The drone off the angle, Davi wants no more. The advantage is already concrete.
Oh, the thing is, though, Pacific vacate this space. They give the two rifles over to CGN, but it seems as if, no, just going to press that pedal to the metal and get straight in towards the A side. Element can't escape, and now he's stuck in a cell.
Still has one more blast pack, but I don't think it's going to matter. Something CGN do often, leave B open late round. Pacific reading into that, but Anguist's position could be key. Sidesteps the paranoia. Lays feet to the ground on sight. It is just the Sheriff, and another weak spot in the defense, but Pacific have pulled the strings and managed to find this A opening. They'll make damn certain of it with the Rolling Thunder, but that telegraph may just give the option for CGN to retake quickly.
Yeah, but I don't think that's going to be the case at all. Pacific are well aware of what dangers lie in wait. The last two remaining players in CGN have a tall order to try and meet, but I mean, they're taking it so slow. Pacific are already set up their crossfires.
Look at the guns on display. Sheriff Anguist quickly lost. He's the next one to go. And Larson will shut the door on a fourth. Pacific, a team which have thrived across momentum through the entirety of their journey from Premier to a potential promotion. That's what it's all about. 4 rounds to kick things off. And something to mention as well, when you compare it to last year, just speaking to some of the Apex players around who've been here before and know what this is about, not having the audience bearing down on top of you like in the Coliseum, you're out there on your own at times, and as long as they can keep lifting each other up, Pacific are making this look easy for now on a map which CGN are still yet to lose. But this is the round where they can turn things on its head.
For me, this is the last rifle round before we should see the coach interjecting himself. Capio, I mean, 4 rounds in a row. I know it's the defensive side, but Pacific, it feels as if they've had no real resistance against them.
Second tap on the orb, making sure that it heads in the right direction. Comeback. Overdrive available. Pacific playing towards these extremities, and already seen a few C finishes, but nothing given away for now. Anguist set up on A means there's no early information. The B players prompted, staying put.
Right here. Creating this information vacuum and exploding straight into it. You know, first player already being found, and there's already one towards the back end as well. They had every angle covered, Hazza. As for now, you look towards what CGN have. I mean, Davy H on the flank, the rest are all going through solo lanes.
Showstopper coming out. Element hits the mark. Jalarson, the deck. 3 on 3, but these have not been given situations for CGN. There is still much more work to do. Davy will continue to buy attention from the flank, but the retake comes from the CT side. Loiter has it held. A huge double kill with Rose tying up the final details. It's 5 in a row for Pacific, and CGN are looking like they need to call time.
Yeah, there needs to be something here, because whatever CGN are trying to do, Pacific have it down to a T. I mean, the fans are trying to get something to bolster them, right? Loud voices, but for the most part, they've been kept quiet by Pacific's performance.
Fans don't win your games, mate. You know that all too well. But 5 rounds in, the pause finally called and Capio into action. His philosophy in this team has always been one of empowering your individuals, learning to play alone, a statement that he had made previous. Important that everyone can bail themselves out of a situation, but at the same time, you look at how these rounds are playing out. Davy getting picks alongside Element on A early. CGN have had numbers coming back into these retakes. It's when they then choke up and that lack of coordination in these big moments that are selling them short.
I mean, they've been at LAN finals, they've had the fans supporting them. This isn't anything too crazy for CGN. They should know what environment they are in. Coming into this next round as well, they have ultimates to use. There's a little bit of money to get a little bit of a tasty buy, right? Make it something to work with. But so don't write them out of this round. There'll be a plan created. Next round, though, is the most important.
It's sparing any real luxuries unless you would call a marshal or a sheriff anything down that street. For Anguist, I'd say it will, but as the only player who's yet to find his mark in the server,
Pacific
it doesn't help. And look at this position still. remaining confident, and this turret for the early contact.
I mean, Pacific are just respecting CGN after the timeout. They know that they have been caught out over peaking in the last matchup that they played. And now shown the mightiest of respects.
And that's what it's all about as well. You look at a player such as Anguist, the amount of confidence that he's built in the time that we followed his career. From Epic Lands to Riot Games arenas.
Listen, it's made some of the best players.
For that one.
Yeah. Listen, Epic Land made some of the best players, you know.
It did. Brody, a lower final for him last year with Ascend.
Well,
actually won the same final that Anguist ended up losing. So if that's not a full circle moment, I don't know what is. But like I say, confidence important. CGN seeing if they can get any of that here. Round dragging on, Pacific finally pull the pin. It's an A play and another disgusting shot from Daviage.
Elements hit his Hazard, but it hasn't quite gone through. And what they were hoping, Benny though, lovely shot there. It's competitive, it's a 3v3, and there's ultimates to work with.
That's the big thing. The Thrash is on the table. Does Benny want to try and use it? The captain will call for it. CGN starting to make their way through, but he's managed to ostracize himself in the process. So far back, Rose steps up. A massive triple kill to keep Pacific plowing forwards.
It's a false sense of security, Hazard. Pacific, they give them the chance. It's a 3v3. You think, well, maybe with a Thrash coming in, there's a good chance here. And then they rip it away. It's like pulling the wax strip away from like your legs or whatever, man. It's so tough.
Yeah, I'd certainly hope it was my legs. That Thrash far away from the rest of the players. You know, the capitalization wasn't quite there. Now you're missing a big piece coming into the next. But speaking of Hunter's Fury, both sides. Pacific just doing such a great job at getting into the site and holding on to it for now.
I mean, there's been a change of how CGN are setting up. Rather than leaving Anguist all alone on C, they've moved him, or moved like a stack towards the C site, and just left Vince there. They're now reacting to the Hunter's Fury, and it's almost like a swarm of bees, right? They're moving in packs.
Pacific still just lingering on what it is exactly they want to do, and CGN the same. You can see the rotations matched, but each the opposite way. This puts Benny in a whole load of trouble. Full utility belt for the captain to try and play around with. CGN's longest standing servant up against 5, and the floodgates are open.
Oh, straight in. I don't think Benny's going to be able to get with this one. It would be a miracle. Stand up, flashed up, but he comes up at the right time. And now the ultimate, the Hunter's Fury, getting plenty of tags. And of course, Davy gets it. CGN looking alive in this round. This Element gets another. It's a 2v4 though. And Pacific has it. They have the ability to try and get it back, but they don't account for Element's position. Now up to Rose. He can't look in the right direction. And CGN get their first round.
The fans erupting in the background, you can hear it. While the players might not be able to, the stage is shaking, and the big takeaway for me there is that CGN looked to fight together. It wasn't a quick retake or anything of the sort, but they were grouped up. They let Pacific move into their area of the map. They controlled what they could. Benny does well to get one, drops the mosh to buy a little bit of time for the rotate. But we need to see more of the same. It has to be consistent success. The money dictates it.
It's the same thing as last round, Hazard. CGN found success. Why change it? Keeping that pack towards C. Pacific slowly walking into it.
Huge 1v1. Loiter around the side. Benny has no idea. Blindsided. And again, the arena drops eerily silent.
That's the worst thing about it though, Hazard. You know that one player's gone walkies on A. A site should be open if he's the solo player, which he was in the last round.
Pacific want to lean into this information game though, of which CGN do not have all too much. The tools in the hands of Rose to crack this one open. Lands the dart through the smoke. Anguist forced to drop 10 paces back. He gets a second one there as well. I have not seen that in a long time, and Rose seemingly wants to disrespect this. Anguist knows his tricks too well, has his number, but here is that A execute.
But Element's just escaped in towards Tree. While they execute towards the site, they've completely missed Element. Flash isn't good, and he's escaped out the other side of the door.
The timing was perfect, but the shots, anything otherwise. A 4-on-3, it's a Pacific post plant. This time they have numbers and LaRock Salt in the back lines.
I mean, Vince is now flanking. He has TPs to get by the trip, doesn't use them, and now it's a 1v1 on flank.
Oh, it's such a big fight that Vince needed to win, but he falls short alongside the rest of CGN. This should be a save call. There is nothing more to be had of round number 8. It's a 7th for Pacific. They've won the vast majority of them. Talk as much as you like about LAN experience. When you step back and look at it, Pacific have only had 2 maps less on LAN. The whole of the Turkish playoffs taking place in Istanbul. And from Izmir up until that point, they have looked unstoppable.
Advantage taken as well, Hazard guaranteed it in the next half, but how can they compound that further forward? So much like individual errors from Rose lurking to Element missing his shots to Benny going walkies, right? That was the big crumble point. Benny just walking out solo and Pacific being able to identify like that is the site player on A.
2 completely different demeanors in either coaching booth. Zesh, of course, making his warm welcome, his return to Berlin. Good to have him here. But it may be a swift dismissal if this one doesn't pick up soon. CGN in an unfamiliar situation on Lotus. Their own backyard, on their own home soil. Davi's drone through the door, plays in Element. That's a big opener, but it doesn't mean that the round is done. CGN need to hold on and find a way to make this advantage work.
Hit and run, take the pick, get out of there, right? You're going to play with your advantage. You've got rid of comeback. Like, CGN are playing this perfectly. The only thing I don't like, Hazard, Davi is all alone in tree.
Element thinking about the rotation. They do not have stairs info for now. Spike towards B, and as I said before, this area of the map at times from CGN can be left fairly open. LaRock dumps the utility, Paranoia comes across, and Davi wants to try and take the timing through the door, getting investigative with it. Loiter picks up the first, but it is Davi that opens A. Side by side with Element, it falls on Anguist's shoulders to hold to the B site. The discipline for the first, nothing more. Disengages himself from the situation, but goes back in when it's needed. A 1-on-3 for LaRock. His clutches have been king, but you're calling for too much here. A second on the board for CGN, a round which they needed so badly.
Yeah, they did really need that, and they doubled up on it as well, Hazard, on the rounds that they currently had. Now moving forward, they've got the lockdown, right? That's the key piece to keep them moving on and get this momentum rolling, because that's the thing that they've not had, momentum.
So important,
I didn't
especially in the
expect
best
him
of
to do that,
5.
Yes!
Very vocal on the CGN side. Usually that's the big thing as well. You look at a player like Vince, for example, how much influence he has in those situations, and being the MVP of their play-ins grand final, which put them here. 61 kills from Controller. And a little bit more of that impact, but it's not going to happen here. Look, you talk a guy up and Comeback takes him down. This is someone whose name has carried plenty of weight throughout the tournament, and right now he's hitting hard onto Davi's side.
Oh, they knew about Davi. At least gets out with one and keeps it competitive, Hazard. But the biggest thing for CGN coming back in was the ultimate we talked about earlier. That's why Comeback's trying to take extra space and disrupt the ultimate placement.
You see, look, the double hold here. Loiter, Rose, he's going to turn the door, goes back towards tree. Stairs is the space that you want, but Comeback doesn't stop. This attack-sided op is finally put in the dirt by Element, where the round goes with it. CGN forced to concede another here. Pacific with the attack side, which they had been dreaming of.
I mean, has a CGN, they can't string 2 rounds together. That's the worst thing about it. You'll start to sweat, you'll start to feel the pressure. That's the worst part about it, is how you're feeling about how these rounds are going. And for right now, CGN has where can you build the confidence from?
They know what it's like to go down in such a fashion as early as they have. The first map of that Split 1 Grand Final in DAG is one I probably shouldn't be mentioning with so many CGN fans behind me, 13-0 to Maus, but they ended up winning the series. That was the most important part. They can turn results on their head, and look, defender side Lotus is not the be-all and end-all. When you look at this map for CGN in general, statistically, on Lotus, I mean, yeah, the attack side, of course, is going to be better. That's what we've got to look at. You need a foundation from which to work, and it's a round like this where you're aiming to get that done.
That's the key point, a foundation in which to build from. CGN, they've got 2 rounds to try and get at least 1 round to do that, right? It would be a wobbly foundation, but, I mean, right now, Element could be the one to build upon. He misses his chance, has to drop back.
Oh, come back! He goes for it! The reveal through the door says goodbye to Element. An opening duel which meant so much in that previous series. When Element couldn't start things off for CGN, they so often struggled to close. More proactivities wagered, but they're wiped to the floor. Pacific up 3 men to the good with an open C site, unless Anguis can do something about this.
I mean, this is what we call heroic territory, right? We need a gift from God if CGN are to get this one, Hazza. Because you look at the utility that's not been spent from Pacific, still 2 flashes, still got so much more to work with.
Super long rotation for Davi if he wanted to try it as the op in his hands as soon as he spots the face of Larocque. It is one which forces him to retreat. Missed shot. He's running him down. Someone stick the Benny Hill theme on. There is a chase in progress and Davi is pinned to the corner. Pacific on the hunt. Right there. He will cower away through the Hobbit door, but it's comeback that you've got to be worried about. Nothing to be said of the CGN save. A flawless round for Pacific, putting them up on 9.
I mean, that's the thing, Hazza, right? They go hunting, they know where the operator is, they know that they need to get rid of that, and the buy in the last round won't be great either. This is unreal. Just combination of utility, being able to ping that and taking your timing. When it comes to shooting guns, certainly Pacific are the better right now between the 2 teams.
A full house of ultimates to work with for CGN. Anguist hanging his head on that C retake, couldn't find a way to use the lockdown. Can they cultivate something here? Pacific should expect it. There is nothing. It's a setup towards A and a much faster play, at least initiated as the overdrive is used.
I mean, you immediately bust in towards C, now changing it up, Hazza, and leaving a question mark, forcing the ultimate from Vince. I mean, it's not a big investment, right? You're not going to get much from it, but you're still forcing them to use it.
It's good information back, but Pacific hear this. They know about it. They're expecting that something has been done. What does Rose look to call? With a spike on his back, the IGL of Pacific leads them into the center of the map. There's no setup here. Vince, without the paranoia, limited utility to hold this in its tracks. Anguis just with the gun gets the one that he needed. Is it enough? It's played in Vince, and that might be the most important part.
Yeah, it's the trade back, right? Looking at what you've lost out, you've lost the Cypher control, the flank control, but not only that, the smokes for the late round when they go to execute, and it's coming in now. Thrash coming to support Davi, has the Odin by his side. Opens up this one a little further for CGN. Twice the numbers. Comeback nailed to the wall. And with 20 seconds left, Larocque needs to bring the biggest clutch that we've seen from him so far. Operator lands a shot, but he has nowhere to turn to. The open arms of Element will land CGN their 3rd. Could it possibly be enough? I mean, that's the question, Hazza. Is it going to be enough? A foundation has been built for CGN to try and work with in the next half, but the problem with that, Hazza, is only 3. A pistol round might be enough to upset it, but we'll see if that is the case in the next half.
We got 3.
CGN need a serious second half if their flawless streak is to survive. The 15th time they'll have played it this year could be the first that they fall. Down 9-3, only 4 rounds separating Pacific from posting what would be a fantastic way to kick off your Berlin campaign.
For everybody, you need to remember this is CGN's map pick, Hazza, right? This is what they chose to play first. I mean, it's a big map to pick. I need to see if they can bounce back on the attack, and we've already said it, the attack side is their better half on Lotus.
As it would be for many.
Revealing area.
Every single pistol round won in that previous series, but something certainly in the water today. Early bit of play outside of A, but then shifting towards Jalasen.
Oh, look at the trap that's been made right now by Pacific.
3 players strong on the other side of that door and plenty of utility to flood back through. Larocque doesn't have the stun for now. That could pose to be a problem. Not for Loiter. The Paranoia has done so much. Pacific crush CGN under their thumb. It looks so easy. A 10th on the board. There's little to come back from this one now.
Yeah, Hazza, this is now starting to get into the worrying side of things for CGN. This is only the first map though, but it's starting to get to that point where this could look like a loss.
Yeah, it certainly could. That's one way of putting it lightly. I think, you know, we saw CGN, we casted that play-ins grand final. That was a 3-0 in their favor. When things get bad, they can get worse pretty quickly. Whether you're trying to have a little bit more game management, slow things down, or just find a kill, get some confidence. Element's done a brilliant job of that. You can only take things 1 round at a time, and with this minuscule investment, they'll be looking to try and make the most of it and have already gotten a good start.
The best thing about this for CGN is everything is on their terms, right? They're the ones who are poking and prodding all throughout the map. I mean, most of this push right now is towards the C side, where they can start to build up through the ultimate orbs, right?
Element, okay. Manages to pick up another. It's come back the next to go, and Jalasen just be sweating here. As you say, CGN set the tempo. That's their style of play. They're getting these fights on their own terms and conditions and winning them. Rose lost early, meant no info. And now with Jalasen's util all dried up, it's on him to collect that back for himself.
I mean, right now, Pacific have all the information they need on the other mains, right? They should know that this is going to be the seaside, and they know about Jalasen. Can't they clear him? He still stays alive for the time being.
He was trapped, but Anguis got him caught, yet still, CGN sitting pretty, yet to execute, flank coming through. They've been so hesitant before and it came back to bite them. Could this be another of those moments? Larocque on the swivel, 2 picked up. Loiter played into a clutch, a rotate which he is well ahead of the curve on.
Yeah, Hazza, but this is a foot race to the A side. All Loiter needs to do is upset the spike.
The Hobbit door's open as well. He's just gonna walk straight in. Davy still head turned, can't deny the spike. And so it settles in the 1v2 for Loiter. He tries to make his way in and the players are separated, both keeping away on safe angles. A smoke to the spike. The choice is his, yet he chooses to find an engagement first. Davy has spotted him. Anguis knows. Next player known about. Fully commits to it, but will fail. Loiter, nothing more, and CGN with a huge pickup in round number 2 of the second half.
I mean, Hazza, that's the thing. It was looking pretty bleak coming out of that pistol round, right? You're expecting Pacific to convert it. What a way to breathe life into your attacking half. But again, Hazza, the key thing is momentum. CGN haven't been able to string 2 rounds together. And that's the big point. It needs to start now.
Surely not the Sheriffs.
Oh, mate, don't. This is Pacific.
This is how it starts. Rose is right on the angle. The crosshair pinned to his head, but Davy not finding the result that he wants. In fact, no information. The dart comes out. Rose forced to delete it and back away.
I think Benny got some information towards the C side as well, where Pacific are holding. I think they want them to execute in towards A.
Larocque, he's got a little eager with that one. Anguis punished it. Oh, Loiter. Top draw is the reversal, though. What a response. The nade to clear Rose has him dead, so CGN will continue to build into this round, but Pacific are hot on their heels, and the A defense is ready to defend.
Yeah, with Anguis being down though, Hazza, the flank is available, and Pacific have chosen that. Players hiding towards the backside. Jalarson can't quite get it done. Comeback can, but that's only for a moment. And now it's up to Loiter with a rifle in his hands.
Another clutch, this one a little steeper, but does have the rifle, did have the health. Davies made sure that there's none of that left, and Benny adds the finishing details. The captain closes, a 5th on the board. You can't get too far ahead of yourself in this situation. CGN proving that.
Yeah, 1 round at a time, but has a Pacific have that 3 stack towards C, right? It looks great. For me, that means you're trying to force them towards A, play the retake towards the A side, but Rose is just so far forward. We don't need to be pushing every lane possible. I know it's like an equal round, right? Now this is the important one. Needs to be a cohesive plan for Pacific moving into this round.
Defense so far, it's the first time that we get to see the operator come out. A new look for comeback on the defense, that is. He'll post up on A, but it's a fast C play. Jalarson had 1 player revealed, but now he's the one whose position is condemned. Anguis has opened. This cage isn't going to last too much longer. He's got to get something done, and it's just unparalleled to do so. Couldn't find anything from that position. With the op in play on the retake and a missed shot, there's only a moment before you're thinking about saving here, and it's coming pretty soon.
I mean, as a Pacific, they fancy this. They're going for it, or maybe they're not. Leoita looks away at the worst time possible, and CGN will grab that round. 4 rounds to the deficit.
Just never got started. That was the issue. Comeback wanted a quick pick, a stabilization, something to shake CGN. Just never presented itself, and with everyone on such low money, you just have to wipe the slate clean and fully reset your economy. CGN, on the other hand, building into this, and with Anguis on the front lines, this is something they do so often. It's what I'm talking about, giving him that confidence that he wants. In the words of Capio, the basketball-sized balls are what he's encouraged to have, and right now he is dunking on them.
Yeah, now CGN are starting to get some win cons online in terms of their ultimates as well, as most importantly, your lockdowns and your thrashes. That's what they can use to get this one over the line. If it does get spicy, Laroc with the spiciest buy of that Guardian.
It's one of those rounds where you don't really want to put too much on the table because you've got an end game to be playing towards. Element 1 off, like you say. All points of entry to take the site, but you've got to get there first. And for now, Loiter is doing exactly that. Hanging around on Mount, he does drop away, places the smoke. He does still have the trap of Jalarson despite his absence.
Yeah, players haven't really taken full bite into this. Execute. Loiter will now have all the information that he needs, and he just misses out. CGN, you're the utilities placed to perfection, but Pacific has they'll be so late to the site that CGN will have everything they need to set up this post plan.
The rich get richer. This is going to be a real boon to CGN. Well out of the woods in terms of economy, you are quite literally just looking at stopping CGN, or Pacific I should say, getting 3 more rounds. That is it. 9-3 half with a 10th immediately posted. Comebacks Marshall trying to fight this one. Oh, Fitzlock and Rose instead that have made this a little more difficult. All hands on deck for CGN. They stand on the site, but it may soon fall. Rocket over the top's denied the defuse, but there's plenty of time to take it from under their nose.
Hazza, that shouldn't have been a Pacific round. No way! I can't believe it. I can't believe they've stole it. CGN they have so much time to set up that post plan. They have so much time to chill and think about it, have so much utility. What goes wrong?
Solo peaks, engagements again. Live by the sword, die by it. Come back, ridiculous. And a little bit of silence asked of the CGN supporters. They will oblige.
Right here.
Whether they wanted to or not, it's an 11th.
Slowing it right down. The thing is though, Hazza, is you got to look at comeback. When does he activate? He's missed the dart.
Such a key position. The Vandal looking to make light work of Vince and his headpiece gone. Shattered immediate. Drone follows it up, but comeback keeps on going. He wants another peek here as well to try and make it a third. Eventually forced to drop back from his IGL, but he doesn't stop. There it is. The Odin, all the incentive he needs. Anguis looking the wrong way. Larocque almost ending it. Benny, every bit of utility he could ask for and a spike plant to go with it, but the captain's not known for these kind of clutches. Could he bring a miracle here? The answer is no.
The answer is definitely no, Hazza. That is a map point for Pacific on this first one. Remember, have to remind you, Hazza, this is CGN's pick.
And that's just the narrative from front to back. You start out on Lotus, a map which you are yet to lose. With this comp even as well, just no changes made, same Stratbrook whole year. You come to the lower final and Pacific just looks so prepared for it. Nothing catching them by surprise. To put it into perspective, I mean, it's been almost a year since they did something different. It was Dak Arcade 23 against Attacks when they previously deviated here.
Hazza, in the next round for Pacific, if they want to get this over the line, they have a full house of ultimates. That's the key thing, but there is still win cons for CGN. Oh my god, they're just going for it! They've caught comeback!
Quickly jailed, but those ults have been let loose. Right across, back and forth. Benny finishes off Larocque. It's a two-player advantage. But where have we been here before?
My ult is ready.
Plenty of times. Rose with the Odin. Not really the gun for the job. But players already tagged up, could certainly cause issues through those walls. Paper thin, but so is his health.
Oh, he's just trying to send it, trying to get something before the Thrash gets to him. But in the meantime, Hazza, he's bought time for the rest of the players to come in.
Didn't really know whether he wanted to fight or play for the retake. Pacific know what it's like to be down on numbers. They're trying to make something happen here, but it's not going to work out. Loiter 1v5 to end the first map of the best of 5. We have never seen the like, but he gets off to the cleanest of starts. One tap from the Vandal, and that's Anguis gone. The TP leaves much to be desired, though, so the 7th will settle.
Listen, Pacific had a couple of rounds, but for the most part, CGN have been doing decent right. They've had the majority of the rounds this half so far, and they come out the better in terms of the ultimates used as well. Now, you've got the Hunter's Fury online, you've got the lockdown. They just need to be careful of Larocque's Rolling Thunder.
First time that Key will be introduced from the coach slot alongside Hall, the coaching staff on the Pacific side. Spent 2 years of top 3 finishes in Game Changers, all the way back in 2022. Never won that big event at the end that he'd been hoping for, and that's starting to become the story here in Challengers. Getting closer to it now. First split in Turkey, taken. And now, decisions to be made. This has always been a team where he's drilled home in those pre-game speeches that different players need to pick you up at different points, that this is a family environment, if you will, and with him at the forefront right now, I think honestly, it's not going to take too much to get what they need.
I mean, that's the thing, right? He is the king of polishing diamonds in the rough. You look towards this, 2 16-year-olds, a 17-year-old, getting them into such a great position. I mean, credit to them, no matter what happens.
Yeah, look, they should not be anywhere near as mature as they are. But
yeah.
Honestly, the way they play is well beyond their years. But this one not fully out of the reach just yet. CGN hanging off the olive branch. On Lotus, just Rose towards A for now, and that is where they begin to explore.
I mean, only seeing one player there, it's not much in terms of information, and you immediately create a question mark. Has CGN followed that up, which they are doing behind the smoke?
It's such a nice trap as well, with that stun ready. You've got the double contact, and it's Anguis walking solo into it. Oh, no way! How on earth did he manage to dissect that one? Anguis with a quick pick and even calls for Davi to invest his ult off the back of it. There's plenty where that came from though. Larocque busting down the door with a rolling thunder. Element the next to go.
Yeah, but the thing is though, Hazza, while they make things even, they've got rid of Pacific's biggest ultimate on the board, right? That's the worrying thing. Pacific aren't done just yet.
Can't play for the retake. You've got to hold the site, and that's exactly what Rose will do. 2 big kills. That's where Anguist delivers with 3. Back to an even standing, lockdown coming through, and a moment to prepare themselves in post.
30 seconds moment to breathe for both teams. Think about what they want to do as the lockdown disperses and the spike goes down. CGN have time to work with now. A Pacific come back in, and Anguist will get his ace.
What a play from Anguist. Acing again on the big stage. CGN closed a couple of maps with individual 5Ks before, and they're getting much closer now to that Pacific scoreline. Just 4 rounds in it, and this is one of those Sheriff buys.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big round to win. I mean, not only do you get through the round and get the round win, Haza, it's more the fact that you get rid of the ultimates that Pacific had.
Big investments made, and like you said, there was no opportunity there to go back in. Scorched earth policy, you live or die by it. And right now for Pacific, things not still in a position where you sweat. You've got a second timeout if you need it. We're trying to keep it under control. It's that same double stack, but a different position.
Yeah, they've cleared that out perfectly. Pacific are forced to go back. The narrative slowly changing has that CGN could come back into this. But the thing is, what happened last time? How did Pacific start themselves back up in the second half? It was a thrifty round.
The drone goes in, you clear the birds in the nest, the home security cam, there's someone on my doorstep, and all of a sudden, they've flown elsewhere. 3 players in close proximity of C, about to become a 4th once Comeback has made his move. They know exactly what CGN are doing. It's just reading into those tendencies. The B pivot could catch them by surprise though, but again, it's that hesitancy. Where are they going? Which side do you commit to right now? The ball's in their court, but 30 seconds starts to strip that away.
Yeah, time is getting low. Pacific still not wanting to peek out to what they could be on the other side of things. Element sends himself in. There's 2 players here. He doesn't look in the right spot, but eventually he flicks onto the kill. As you said, the rest of the players now starting to come into the scene, and things starting to get worrying. The wingman needs to get the spike down soon, and Rose is slowly coming into this. Now, in the CGN, they have to find the last players, and they shall!
A huge 4K from Vince. Another player stepping up to the CGN plate. And it's exactly what they needed, because Pacific had that one spot on. They've been reading this macro so well, and as I said before, with there being little deviation, they just have too much of an idea what's going on. The wingman was used to clear the corner. It wasn't even trying to get the plant in there.
1 enemy remaining.
Now down to the final 3. This is one of the couple gun rounds that you're going to get if you're on the defender's side.
Oh, they're fighting A. Has I mean, the utility sent forward. They've not got much from it, and the biggest point for me, I don't know he was used there.
Benny did lose his Dizzy. Recon will come back up for Rose, so that's a concession he's happy to make, but without the purchase of the drone, a couple other missing pieces in this purchase.
I mean, Hazard, the thing for me is CGN explore everywhere else on the map. It's C that you need to be careful of. That's where Comeback's op is.
Loiter and Vince both left alone in proxy, just signposting this space. Smoke sent out, doing their job, as the controller should. Loiter very soon will be forced to disengage. The drone checks him, but doesn't reveal position. Rose trading spam. So much respect between the teams. The atmosphere is tense, and with 50 seconds left again, still no idea as to where the Germans are going to go.
That's the thing, no real direct gunfights, right? But that could change very quickly. CGN starting to group outside of B main and Larocque in the corner. They need to clear it, and they haven't done. Look at this, the trigger discipline is insane. But look at Element, hasn't looked in the right spot. It's got another, and Comeback got one through the operator on the door. It's now all up to Davy. 20 seconds remain, and he is locked out without a key. Finally, the smoke disperses, but there's a high-low setup in towards Waterfall. There's one more player towards Hobbit Door. This should be as good as done, but not before he has a chance. Has to commit to the spike plant, and there you have it. Pacific 1-0.
A dent made in CGN. It was a delayed first map from Pacific. putting up 10 rounds inside the first 13. Finally, CGN bad luck striking on their own selection. 15 times played this year, that is the first that they drop it. A real tone setter for the youngsters on the other side of the stage right now. They'll be very happy with how this series has started.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. Like, Element has come in, top fragged, and still they haven't been able to get this over the line. I think there's been a little slip-ups, right? A little bit of nerves being shown on stage. Moving into the next map, though, I still wouldn't count out CGN just yet.
Like you said, the Death spoke about it, shrouding those first bloods, but no conversion. CGN so close yet so far in many situations. Pacific with a strong first map in this series. We'll be back after the break.
Nice!
In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa.
Champion, ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah, I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean. Shit, all I do is win, win, win, win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't make top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I do left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on what? Yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
fantastic start that was for PCF. And now you guys earlier heard about Loiter talk about his big brother and how he inspired him to play Valorant. I'm now joined by said big brother and also Loiter's parents as well, who are here to support him. First of all, welcome to the Riot Games Arena. What's it like to be here to watch your brother on stage?
It's a very proudful thing here. We just came today and we came to support, I think.
Yeah.
I can say that.
But this is not the first time, you know, you've been here supporting him as well. But it does feel like the energy on stage is electric. We're seeing like LaRock do a bit of trash talk as well. Are they always like this?
Yeah, he always doing like these things. We were in the Turkish league. We went there like 3 days. He's just doing these things and he likes it, I think. But he don't think bad as a bad. He just encourage himself for the game.
He's very passionate, right? Very excited, very excited. Now, when it comes to Loiter, like I said, he was telling us about how, because you loved playing games, he wanted to play games as well and play with you. And also, the people don't know that it was Valorant. You suggested it to him to go pro in Valorant, right?
Yeah, he was playing, can I say the game?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
He was playing the CSGO and I said, there is a new game, you can try it. And he just blow up, what can I say?
And how much talent did you initially recognize? So when he first started playing Valorant and you saw him, were you like, oh, he's very good, you know, he can go pro?
At the start, he wasn't very good. We were equal. We were like a diamond ranked players, and he just played more than me. And he's blowing everyone. He's Radiant player. I'm stuck Immortal.
You're stuck in Immortal. Hey, Immortal's good. You could go pro. You ever thought about it?
What?
Going pro? You ever thought about maybe you could join him? You could
no,
be
too
professional
hard.
too?
It's not about ranks, it's about reflex or something like that. Usually talented players are young players, I think. That's it.
Yeah, he's very young too. He's a very young talent. Now, we are going to head to, I believe, Abyss next as well. And you're an Immortal player. You watch their games all the time. You know about the game too. So I wanted to ask you, what do you think about PCF's Abyss? What could people maybe expect from them on this map?
It's our best map in the PCAMs. We usually win in Abyss. And they are working too hard on Abyss because new teams has to learn new maps to beat experienced players, I think. Experienced teams, I can say.
It's a good strategy, right? They have something on them. And last question before I let you go, as he's coming back onto stage, I'm sure he can hear you as well. Anything you want to say to your brother Loiter over there?
Can I say Turkish?
You can say it in Turkish.
Utku, sendeyiz. Almadan gelme.
Oh, you guys can't see this, but he's given back a little love heart as well. Well, what did you say to him?
I said, just bring the cup. No. Just win the game, I said.
Oh, I mean, he might just do that. They play
Sorry
the way
for
they
anxiety,
did.
by the way.
Thank you very much for joining me, and I hope you have a lovely time this weekend. And let's send it back to the desk.
Thank you very much, Yinsu. I mean, Loiter's brother, if you want to join the desk at any time, I'd love that insight about Abyss. But as they said, that is going to be our next map. And although Lotus went on the way of Pacific and they are currently undefeated on this map, now is when the Phoenix should come into play. So, Natank, I haven't seen you playing on this map. We haven't seen you with the Phoenix. What do you make of the composition that they use?
I feel like Phoenix can be a good choice in Abyss because there's a lot of long range, and like when you flash, you don't have time to get to hide from the when you get blind, you need to go to hide because otherwise they kill you. And like for example in B long and A long, it's just like having easy kills, to be honest. So I'm looking forward to see this Phoenix pick.
Yeah, I think that we've seen CGN really come out on top last time they played Abyss, with that Phoenix pick. You know, Pacific were really kind of struggling to get in there, and granted it was the map that they ended up winning in that series. I'm more just wondering how Pacific are actually feeling on that stage right now, because last time we seen these two teams play, it was Pacific that won the first map, and then CGN ended up closing out the series anyway. So I think they need to go into the next one and just take it each map as it comes.
Exactly. there might be some unfinished business. And talking about the stage, there's another thing I want to ask you in attack, because we see a lot of the CGN fans today here in the studio, and they're vibing with it. Probably one of the reasons why we almost see that comeback happening. Not comeback from Pacific, but you get what I mean. How did you feel when you were playing Ascension and the crowd was cheering for you? Because I remember seeing a lot of French supporters, and do you think that gave you an edge?
Yeah, I mean, of course it's helping them a lot. Like, it's also helping you to having less pressure, or sometimes more pressure, because you can see the people, the crowd cheering for you, but you can also feel the support. And yeah, of course, as a player, it's just always nice to see people cheering for you. So.
Yeah. On the side of Pacific, we were seeing, and we just saw on that video, on those replays, and of course, if you were on stage, you were seeing how they were standing up, just telling them to shush, even looking at the crowd, being like, nah, you're quiet for this one, you're quiet for this one. Definitely such a strong presence to have on stage. But on the first map, we saw a CGN that was, as I said, undefeated on that Lotus. Pacific is undefeated on this Abyss. Billy, what do they have to do to keep that streak going and put themselves one map away from that grand final?
I'd like to think that because they've played this map, they've kind of learned those lessons. You know, they've gone back and had to think about how they want to play Abyss this time round. And even just to go back to your point about the crowd, you know, like, I feel as though Pacific are actually enjoying being in CGN's home turf and having, like, you know, the crowd not against them, but like, obviously we've seen that there's family members in there for Pacific, but they're probably hearing the CGN crowd chanting for CGN. They're like, okay, well, we're gonna chant back. So yeah, no, I'm liking the energy that's on stage right now, but I'd like to see more of that energy from CGN, because I'm not seeing that right now.
Yeah, I agree with you, actually. Like, they could show more. They could, like, hype up each other a little bit more, and I feel that they had a low start, but now we can see that they came closer to the score. Yeah, to the score they came closer, so maybe we can see another face from CGN.
Yeah, and speaking about seeing other faces, we are going to head into Agent Select. And as I was saying, Comeback did not have such an explosive start, but when it comes to the Jet, when it comes about having that impact, we already see what he was doing with the Marshal, with the Operator, even from the attack. He will find a way to disrupt you. But now, starting on the defense, I look back and I think about the match that we saw between these two, how well they were spacing themselves, how Comeback would be a little bit more aggressive, but how they were stopping them in those executes. Having the timing against the Phoenix, Billy, could be the key to stopping CGN's attack.
Yeah, I mean, CGN had, even on their defense with this composition, they had some really nice set plays with that Omen Paranoia, with the flashes as well. Like, it was really, really nice to see them play. It's more mids that I'm concerned about going into this one, is how are they actually going to fight for that space? Because as you know, Abyss is a map where a lot of the teams are fighting from these extremities, whether it's the A site or the B site. So yeah, I'm intrigued to see what lessons they've learned from the last time they played this.
Okay, it is time to jump into the map with our wonderful casters for today, Haza in Cairo.
Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, looked like the desk said it exactly as it is. What lessons were taken away from this one from last time for CGN? The one map that Pacific picked up in their best of 3 during the opening round. Now in the best of 5, it is that much more important to try and cause an upset here, having lost your banker for this entire calendar year.
I mean, that's the key thing, right? Lotus never being lost, finally you lose it. But that's the thing about CGN, Hazard, they never seem too moved by it, right? They're able to bounce back, they have that strong mentality, moving into Abyss, but they've lost it before to Pacific. That's the biggest mental challenge that, I mean, CGN will have.
Passive start for the attack side, flash ready. Pacific are the ones looking to be the protagonists here. The recon reveals nothing, they're already up close. Loiter is waiting to go with Comeback by his side. A dangerous pair, a dynamic duo. Comeback with 2 headshots. Then he gets one back in the conversation and will be on his way towards that run it back. So for that reason, the orb goes elsewhere, but Rose has already ran down middle and made it worse.
Doesn't get any better at all, but for the 2 remaining players, has it both dissecting the different angles. Anguist just moves in and almost makes it an aim labs challenge. That's it for Pacific. Has it as simple as it gets. Loiter, the only one lost in that round.
And as I said before, not a single pistol round picked up the last time these two played. Pacific have 3 now and are well on their way. It's just the setup in main. They were so ready to go. And even though the recon catches no information, you're expecting CGN to slowly fill these gaps. It's where they begin a lot of their defaults. That A main space, Benny is from side to side trying to fill his pockets with orbs. Comeback's Outlaw in mid though is the scariest of tests that have to be passed by Element, who's been on form so far.
Comeback's known about. At least gets rid of the camera, has it, but for the most...
Oh. It's nice. You just set it up. Anguish is there. He's ready for the first duel. Uses the cam. Comeback forced to reconsider. Peeking onto a new angle. Element waiting. Just a tag for now.
Still, they want to go forward, Hazard. They want to keep going, and Benny's all on his own. And if you're walking like that, you don't check the corners. Of course, the better weaponry is going to be at the advantage.
It's one of the drawbacks of the style that they play. If you're not throwing util in the mix, you're going in dry. Pacific there to punish you. Another angle held from Rose, was stuck in the corner. Anguist had him there, but now revealed. Larok can get in on the act, and just wiping the floor with CGN. Loiter double kill. Dabby can't reach the spike. His arms aren't long enough.
30 seconds left.
He'll try and peek again, but it's very quickly shut down. 3 for Loiter, flawless. A great way to build into this bonus.
I mean, that's it. When you look towards when CGN play their attack as the key thing for the defense, just play that anti-contact setup, right? Pacific are just holding angles, waiting for CGN to walk into it. And CGN, they aren't using utility to move players off angles.
Something that Pacific were great at doing last time against CGN as well is just holding space before those retakes. I mean, right now, it's not even the issue. CGN haven't put them in a position where they've had to fight for anything. Mid left so open as well, with just Rose watching over it, and for how Pacific played this on their defender's side so many times in that previous clash, interesting to see nothing thrown their way just yet.
For mid, Taza, when it comes to this map, you only need to know about it till mid to late round. That's when it becomes most dangerous. As for CGN, the danger that they pose is on towards B. The Cypher setup is here. Everything ready for comeback to pounce.
They'll catch wind of those players well before the traps. Element just about ducking past, gives up the information. Jalasen in the cage.
He could pop out at any moment. He does, and he gets his timing. Just doesn't quite get the second. Vince does, and puts CGN one to the good.
But look at the damage. There is so much here on Vince, Element, players that you need to keep this space. Pacific doing a decent job at backfilling it a little bit, but bodies on the site doing their job the opposite way.
Not ready yet.
But coming back in has it. That damage already poses a threat. Dabby H trying to tee players up. Loiter now. They know where he is, right? There's not much that he can do here in a 4 versus 1 with time against him. A miracle has to be given from him, and he looks as if he's going to be able to do it. A TP towards top site. Element known about it, and CGN will get the first round.
I mean, look, a little bit of a silly TP from Loiter at the end there, but he doesn't really care. Everyone's about to rebuy, and you've removed a lot of the CGN arsenal. So this execute, fairly well dealt with from CGN, and yeah, they held on to the site, which is important. No advanced space, that's something we've got to be thinking about. Are they going to challenge towards B-Link in future? Because Pacific, when they've got the guns and players in position, have had a lot of life out of that.
And the thing is, though, CGN's comp has their ultimate cycle comes up the fastest out of anybody, right? You've got 2 6 orb ultimates, and right now Pacific is looking to try and contest those ultimate orbs.
Oh, look, with that flash coming through from Benny as well, you know where the Phoenix is early and where CGN are tailoring themselves. The fact that they've taken the orb control fully, in fact, means that Pacific should be reading into this B execute pretty early.
Yeah, I mean, Element's trying to walk up mid and pose a different question mark, a different question to Pacific, which is quickly answered. Now straight in towards B, using that run it back to get rid of any Cypher utility, or perhaps get rid of Jalasen himself. It doesn't quite work out for them, but they know where the Cypher is. Spike down.
This flashback out of the smoke could be huge, but Jalarsen's just walked straight past it. The full 9 yards! A double kill from Jalarsen, and just like that, Pacific have the numbers. A 4-on-2, CGN held back again. Both of them revealed. It needs to be huge from Davi now. His Guardian will land the first blow. And there's damage on both of these players. A similar clutch created from him last time out on Abyss, and the spike needing to get halved means that he does have an opportunity to peek through, but into 2, it's taken away from him. Pacific extending their advantage in the gun rounds.
I mean, has a CGN first air, only one player. I mean, Rose comes in just to help at the last moment. For the most part, though, like, not knowing about Jalarsen, how do you not have an idea of where the mistakes are on your round, right? The gaps in your setup.
So much energy on the Pacific side of the stage as well, and you can see frustration creeping in.
Of course. Why would there not be? Like, a simple mistake like that, Hazza.
Not the position that you want to be in. Back down to pots and pans. And as we said before, Pacific just feel like they have their finger on the pulse. They know exactly what's going on in terms of this macro from CGN.
I mean, that's the thing though, Hazza. With pots and pans, you can try and cook something up. Maybe not like that. Oh.
Yeah, not if you've not got any ingredients. And right now, CGN aren't exactly putting anything on the table. They are walking into these fights. That's what you've got Anguist for, though. He does hit a shot onto Loiter. Weapon can't be recovered, but the hat off his head means there is info to go around. Not spotting anyone on B, but you'll expect the Cypher setup there.
I mean, they know exactly what they're dealing with now, CGN. The setup. Vince now tries to look elsewhere. But as CGN love to put power to their individuals are not putting power into the server at this moment in time. I mean, right now, Pacific are so hungry for engagements, and they're backing it up time and time again. Vince gets the Guardian that was dropped, but this round should be over.
Should be dead in the water. Should be the operative word, because Vince has found a way back into it.
Flank.
Still 3 to pick up, and as you say, the flank is something to think about. Not for the moment. Larocque is the one on the site. Can't get past him, there's probably not a chance. Larocque, in fact, walks all the way back through security to make certain of this one. Vince allowed the plant, but that's where this one ends. End of the road for CGN on a round where they didn't really have too much coming into it, but the plant, I think, is a best case scenario.
I mean, CGN, they're doing what we expect of them, right? They're playing all on their own. Benny blinded up, didn't know where he was going. They tried to take these engagements in main and they just get punished for it. Their attack is starting to look more worrying. And I mean, you can see it, this is the thing, right? Everything being stacked up against Pacific, and these young guys are thriving and enjoying this moment, this occasion.
You have to. I mean, you look back into tournaments past, all of the players, Natank saying it on the desk. Former teammate of his, Baddy G, was mentioning last time the adrenaline hit so hard he didn't remember the first 2 games that he played. So coming through the lower bracket can have its positives. Right now, Pacific, again, just standardizing the setup. The only deviation is come back through mid, right up the guts immediately, and on the other side of this trap wire.
So easy to commit to this side of the map as well for Pacific. Hoping that they can maybe get rid of Anguist here as well when they come back in.
Yeah, and it's the null command the comeback is called for. Brings the trap offline, gives him a chance to just squeeze this back line, pushes into the crosshairs of Benny. A 3K for the captain, Larocque getting out of dodge, but comeback still lurking in the flank, and Vince in another clutch situation. This one well within his wheelhouse, but it's a precious situation with how little space he had to work with, and comeback closes him down to add a 5th.
I mean, that's the thing, Benny buys them into the round with that 3-piece of his own, but with that, he also gives them something to work with in the next. That run it back, right? That's the key point moving forward. so good for faking out sides of the map.
And this is what Benny does too. He's not a player who statistically you're going to be looking at as a main resource on this CGN side, but I think Steele said it the other day, if there was a stat for space gained, he would be top of the charts, because whether it's the ultimate or just simply going in and having a death which is tradable, it is a net positive value to the CGN side. Right now, they've not been able to get too much out of it.
Thing for me though, Hazza, look towards mid, right? Pacific aren't holding it as much as they were previously, and just committed one trip towards it.
Because the other side of the coin is Element taking fights, and where he wants them would be middle. Instead, you hold down the extremity. Benny's gone solo and lost his head again.
But he's bought up a Guardian. There's a bit of a buy here. Like, it just feels so much of a forfeit.
I know what you mean. Divide and conquer would have been the call coming in, but Pacific are standing strong, shoulder to shoulder, brothers in arms. It's another double setup, this time towards B, which puts Anguist in a world of hurt. There's another one! How on earth do they keep on doing this? Anguist peeking into multiple players, and Element, the last one left, puts Davi in a 1v5.
I have the spike.
Yeah, Marshall in hand. Yeah.
It's one thing to lose the round, and for it to be as comfortable as we've seen is a completely different kettle of fish. And right now, Pacific are doing such a great job at containing these contact plays where CGN struggled. Now, yet to call the timeout, but one adaptation that they had consistently made when the guns came up was to just strike a little bit quicker. We saw it on Ascent, we saw it on Abyss. Sometimes the answer to your solution is a simple one, be a little bit more direct.
But Hazza, right, Pacific and CGN have played each other a few times now, right? They're starting to understand how each other play, and Pacific, they just have everything that they need. I don't know, man.
Well, let's see it. Benny, right out the gate, lets it rip. Run it back through, but Loiter has managed the situation so well. Here's Hunter's Fury traded that does deal extra damage. Information at a bit of a stalemate right now, and Davi does spot the TP towards spawn. So Pacific will be giving up the B site. They're playing for the retake, but again, look at this deep control that they have, and CGN backed up on the site solo.
Taking their time with coming in, Jalarson just goes ahead of the pack, Hazza, and he is giving CGN an advantage, something to work with. Utility being spent to delay, but Rose has escaped, and Vince grabs him and puts him 6 foot under. 2v4, and Larocque is sitting on an outlaw. A scoped weapon is not what you want to try and retake with, and it gets even worse. Now just left with Larocque trying to escape. CGN will double their rounds.
It's a strong start for CGN into a round where that change was made, and it's got the crowd going as well. Looking to raise the roof here, and I can't imagine what the scenes will be if they can haul a map over the line. You have to remember, last time on Abyss started very much the same way, an 8-4 half in favor of Pacific, of course.
Yeah. And for me, Hazza, now you look at the change in setup, they're moving the traps towards the B side, knowing that CGN was committing quickly to that side, and actually committing a player now to mid.
Drone comes through, Davi has been doing such a good job at taking this information. This time the cage is a little further forward, and CGN are right at the throats of Pacific. Element holds the dagger to Loiter.
He can deny this.
He's trying. Fragment in pocket, couldn't throw it out and land the shots. Element still so cheeky. Timing here, no dash, can't get round the corner quick enough to stop the drone. Instead, they settle on the site. It's another aggressive post plant.
Yeah, everybody's here on the Pacific side, Hazza, but Benny getting that extra pick is probably the killer, and it seems if that's going to be the case, it compounding the pain. CGN starting to really look good now. It's all through smokes, it's not direct engagement, but listen, they'll be able to connect 2 rounds together.
Mate, they won't complain. Round comes all the same. And look, they're starting to go through the gears now. They are in motion on the attack side, and what that's come from is, first of all, being a bit more direct, whether it's through Benny's ult or that little cage to support. Pacific, they've pulled off in terms of their aggression on the other side. And then these post plants, they're stacking bodies on the site. Look how deep Benny gets there. Anguist, a little bit lucky, but again, you take those.
Yeah, coaches coming back into this one, Hazard. For me, when I look towards these two teams, it's a team of firsts, right? You look towards Pacific, their first time in Tier 2, the first time in Berlin in the Riot Games arena, the first time ever being this far, ever.
First time for CGN as well, and that's the important point to note. A year of firsts for them too. Knocked out of a DAC playoff stage. But then, from the play-ins onwards, they made it from the groups. They made it to their first ever final. They beat their first ever Turkish opponent, a DAC team of that matter, since 2022. And they'll be trying to match that effort here and make it a fourth one this year, a fourth final this year. Timeout on the Pacific side, but of course, CGN will have set their piece as well. Capio, Zesht, both involved. The guns that they have, it's a great opportunity to look in that fourth and match your tally for the last time they played on the same sides.
That's it. I mean, both have neural thefts, and the ultimate side of things, it's an equal footing, right? The only thing for Pacific has it, they're on those light shields. It shouldn't matter too much, but since the spam has been coming in from CGN through the smokes, I mean, that could be a deficit for them.
Who's the guy, the one guy on the Phantom? Captain Cheese, Benny. You know, he's going to get those 140s and take them when he can. Guy does not play by the book. He's been berated for it before, but the results speak for themselves. They are here in Berlin. The top three. Ooh. Element trying to lead the line, be the point man of this push. He drops away as the drone comes in. CGN have managed to take the mid control for themselves here, though.
I mean, doesn't destroy the drone and actually gives information towards Pacific. There's at least 2, maybe even 3 in mid. And now Pacific have to take note of that. Davi tries to hide behind a pillar, but it's like Shaq hiding behind a tree. You can see him.
Did Loiter even know? It's cerebral stuff as comeback. Collects one more, and now it's a 5-on-3. CGN bring a slow pace to the round where they expect Pacific to have shuffled the deck, but the setup is very much the same. You had the push and pull in mid, they reinforced A main instead, and it's been such a staple for them so far. It feels like if ever they get that early control, the round is all but won.
Yeah, well, Vince getting that pick now puts Anguist in a really good spot, right? Because now all attention towards the B side, or it should be. Rose looks away, but Jalarson gets that pick, activating the neural theft, and now things get worrying. Anguist is in the back lines, and Rose has to give up his position that should allow the spike to go down.
Anguist has to be advanced here. He's just holding them back completely by himself. So much to do with 3 players close up.
The timing's insane. Knows about the players and plays a CGN in. Now down to a 1v1. Captain Cheese himself, and Rose knows exactly where he is. One shot dart, it doesn't land, and the hot hands has played Benny in, but it's Rose instead that grabs the round. Advantage to Pacific.
Benny would have wanted to be Mr. Fantastic there, but couldn't find it, and Pacific takes 7. A huge clutch from Rose. They had the numbers, and the big thing for me here is even just in the details of how CGN take the site. Benny's putting his blaze wall up for once. We didn't get all too much of that. The utility was good. Yeah, then you've got Vince taking a backside peek by himself. Things start to fall apart. It gets isolated. Sure, that's where Anguist then begins to thrive again. But other than that, I don't know. It's like CGN succeed for the same reasons that they fail.
That's the thing though, Hazard, when it comes into these rounds, CGN keep fighting themselves into great spots, but at the same time, they're feeding Pacific confidence. As this series goes on, as this map goes on, are you telling me that you want to be going up against a confident Pacific? Like, these guys are so happy to go and take these 1v1 gunfights. And they do it, like, for instance, through the shot darts, playing themselves in. They're not afraid to use the utility to put them in the prime spot. CGN they've made their adaptations in terms of going quick. Pacific know about that. What are they changing now?
That's the question, if anything at all. One thing that has remained the same is the support, the CGN faithful in their droves. Heard that they may even have driven a bus from Cologne. However true that is, I'm not too sure.
Yeah, the party bus.
Yeah, it was from the DAC booth right next to us. Plenty of things were said by them, however, that's feeling like the quieter contingent. Listen on this back wall right now.
Yeah, well, we've been there before. We understand how it can be.
That's exactly it. Really a situation here. Just at a moment's pause. And for Pacific right now as well, the fact that they're on this stage in the first place, it feels miraculous to say the least, because you're looking at a team from a region which carries so much talent, yet it's the weight of a cursed title which they carry.
I mean, for me, coming into this, I had chats with all the different talent members from all the regions, and what the Turkish talent was saying to me, like, listen, these guys are an anomaly. This train needs to stop at some time. There needs to, like, they are overachieving from what is actually possible of this roster, right? Now coming into it, like, the Turkish region, they have something to be so proud of. Like, they didn't have anything since Foot made that promotion run all the way back in 2022.
Yeah, right, VRL finals as it was at the time.
Yeah.
Get told off for calling it a regional league these days, but Pacific certainly up to the challenge. It is the run of dreams. It's exactly what they would have been saying in the boardroom, from Premier to the big stage in Berlin and under the bright lights, up by 4 rounds. But both have said their piece, an extended timeout, a break in play, and we're right back to it. CGN with that run it back online, and Benny is always the one that you've got to be looking at. They want more of this quick execution, or so it would seem. All 5 players right at the gates.
Yeah, straight towards B. Typically the most vulnerable on Abyss, and where teams look to exploit time and time again. I mean, the Cypher setup being there makes this even better. Should do. And CGN has they wait for Pacific to peek into them and punish.
That's an issue that Pacific had before. You saw it so far back to the playoff stage in Turkey. Peeking into the setup sometimes when the execute was coming through, and CGN reaped the rewards. They have the numbers and they have the post plant. Anguis, another, and he gets out of dodge.
Has now in a 4v1. What does Loiter have, right? I mean, I don't even know if he wants to put it forward, already backing out. This is looking like a save for Pacific. Another round to CGN.
Throws in the towel. That's what this one will be. A smoke dropped on the site to sell the fake that he would try it, but even he knows this is one where you are well outmatched. And now the money for Pacific into this last round, where they'll be looking to reach the same tally that they took the previous time out on Abyss, settled in the end by only a matter of 2 rounds. I must repeat, it starts to get a little bit more scary for them here.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. We're talking about, do you want to go up against a confident Pacific? As if you're CGN, you want to go up against an overconfident Pacific, right?
True.
Trying to peak, when they try and overpeak, when they try and do this, going in towards the way the Contact Gaming Nation like to play, that's the ultimate counter, right?
That's the joke. CGN often the punchline, but they're the ones who've stripped the gloves off now and are starting to send haymakers Pacific's way. They need some kind of X factor on this round, the Turks, because it is a Stinger and Sheriff amongst a bad batch of rifles. Then again, as long as Comeback has a gun in his hands, he seems to have been good enough and is stationed closer towards the B side of the map for a 2nd round in a row. Can he have his imprint this time?
Yeah, look how tightly knitted those 2 trap wires are. It's Benny who's got rid of both, and still the thing is though, has Jalasin hiding towards danger, but he won't be dangerous anymore. Still even in this round, and as they try to get in, it gets more and more worrying. Pacific has they've been over-peaking for the past 2 rounds, and finally CGN are able to punish. We head into post.
Didn't feel like a mistake that they were going to make, but this round is still very much alive. Larak on the back lines, the Clutch King arriving in Berlin. 2 picked up from him. Loiter does get dismissed, and so it is just on to their main man now. 33 clutches and counting this calendar. This would need to be the biggest yet to bring them to the same tally that they enjoyed last time out on Abyss.
Hazard, there's a crossfire here. This should never be in Larocque's hand, and it isn't. They go one better than the last time that they attacked Pacific on Abyss. This whole half has been topsy-turvy, ebbing and flowing. But the thing is though, Hazard, if we want the conclusion, we need to wait after this break.
Good half, boys.
CGN seem to have learned their lesson. Improvements made since the last time out on Abyss against Pacific. A 7-5 half separating the two. A matter of 2 rounds, the same difference that separated them when that one concluded.
I mean, we're starting to see mistakes creep in to Pacific's game, and CGN, their game plan starting to come into full flow, Hazard. That's the thing, when you start to play in towards that, Pacific have to regain. But listen, second half, it always starts off with a pistol, right?
You'd hope so. Definitely something in the water. If not, it's been a strange start to the series. CGN losing a map which they hadn't for the whole year into Abyss Pacific. They start strong, as you expected, that confidence boost going a long way. But veterans on these kinds of stages, those German grand finals of which they have all too many, starting to prove its worth now. It's a very spread default from Pacific. They are just trying to find what CGN are up to, but it's next to nothing.
I mean, the Element's playing passive off the contact of the camera from Anguist and just misses his timing on Rose. The rest of the players of Pacific are starting to head this way. CGN, they have the information to make a gamble on, but they're not going to go for it.
Yeah, Anguist is playing off Element. The Cam watching an empty mid at this point in time. Finally, he'll hit the shot. Comeback is gone. And Pacific are slow to follow this one up. It is laboured to get into the site. Element re-peeking through the smoke. And twice the numbers now for CGN. They still got bodies on the site and Pacific can't rout them out. Element will not stop. And Vince has put the finishing blow. That is a 6 for CGN and their first pistol of the series.
I mean, that's the thing for me, Hazard, that CGN are absolutely excellent at, is playing off one another, right? I mean, we've seen it so many times before. How many rounds have you watched where you say, CGN, there's no way that they win this, right? And then they somehow manage to combine together and get it over the line. I think that's the first pistol round that we've seen them win so far in the series as well.
Yeah, as I said. And it's a great place to pick it up too when you've been gaining momentum towards the end of that first half, 4 of those 5 rounds that we saw. Since the timeout, no less, I think it's important to mention.
Spike not committed to anywhere. That's how you know Pacific are just testing the setup, which CGN have and what's going about.
This is a very rare round from them as well because there's absolutely 0 up front. It is a full set of classics, not even a Marshal, a Sheriff, of which we've seen so often. Anguist picking one up onto Loiter and it'll go eerily silent. There is simply no follow-up because they're hoping that they'll get a gift.
I mean, right now you can see where the priority lies in terms of ultimates for Pacific. It's on that Hunter's Fury of Rose. He's picked up both ultimate orbs so far as well. They look to now pivot into the B execute, but they've left has a Larocque towards the A main side.
Still waiting for an opening, something to fall into their hands. Will be without the spike, and actually Anguist would need to cross to deny this. So extra credit, that's something. Larocque will fall, and they should all duly collapse and crumble. Pacific trying to build sand without any water, nothing sticking here except the spike plant. Come back. The damage from the Classic is not very much, and he has to cross to danger now across 3 players and a molly if there's any chance. He'll get nothing. Benny snatches it away, and that is the scoreline tied. Flawless, huge going into the bonus.
For the most part, though, Hazza, right, that round in terms of damage was a failure, but in terms of information collecting and what the protocols are for CGN, massive, right? Like the way they execute in towards B, they leave Larocque to lock in towards A. They can see if maybe, like in future rounds, is the fake going to be worthy? Is that going to be possible? Not only that, they've got ultimate orbs down, and I mean, as I said before, the priority on the ultimates. Look at Rose.
One away from the Hunter's Fury. We've seen Pacific a lot of times as well try and take this mid space. They didn't do too much of it on the defense, but on the attack, they're already right in and amongst it. CGN not playing with it, Cam left there, but this is where the ult comes in. Rose liking to use this towards upper if he can get his hands on it, and it's just going to make that split much more effective, but Larocque reads this one ahead of time, ahead of the play. Davi gone, and now the prerogative put on CGN to make something happen.
Yeah, Benny just collects the Bulldog left on the floor. As for now, though, Hazza, Pacific, as you said, still looking to execute towards the A side. Here comes the Hunter's Fury in. Exactly what we expect, and Pacific have bust straight in. Benny still lies as the lone soul holder, but he won't get anything done at all. It's left to the 2 on the outer edges of A. What can they find?
Element will be hoping to take away some of these weapons as well, as Pacific look to build back into this and a half where they struggled last time. Something they weren't without, though, spike plants, getting into the site. Only a handful of times when CGN could actually shut them out. It was the retakes, but they had a lot more success. Just a little deviation here to even introduce the Hunter's Fury towards backside, group up as 5 and play through main instead of trying to complicate it and spreading yourself thin. It's a foolproof game plan. And now there's only one left to beat. That's Element. They run the opposite way. I don't know if they're going to get out of the radius of this. They should. It's all good. In the end, an Element is left with nothing.
Yeah, you're probably just going to jump off of the edge, right? No, he actually keeps on to the Guardian.
Steady.
No, I just meant like in terms like you're probably wanting the rifle, like the Vandal or whatever, for the next round. Yeah, for the most part, it was very like foretold. You know what I mean? Like they almost like told CGN what was happening.
Sure. Yeah, Pacific were very well set up for that one, and I think, look, finding that timing from Larocque and him just being a little more present in that situation really helped to open things up, and they carry on from that point onwards. CGN Elements managed to pocket a little extra money by holding on to that Guardian. So, and the situation as it is now, a bolstered B defense of which Pacific are respecting so long as that smoke sticks around towards A.
I mean, has a thing is though, right, with 2 players towards A, they should be looking just to play this total retake, right? Benny's still sticking around, and that's the thing that worries me.
That was the thing before, his decision-making. Did he want to stick or twist? Hold the site? Or give up the space entirely? And that's what he's got to try and do now. Pacific, again, grouping for their full execution. And it is only going to be Benny here for the time being. Vince's legs aren't going to carry him fast enough, and in fact, Benny has decided better of it. So he drops back and we go 5v5.
I mean, powder keg placed firmly in this round, has it?
Ooh.
And when does it blow? Well, it looks as if it is, with Pacific pushing the boundaries of CGN setup and trying to upset this retake. Holding on towards the heaven position is such a key win condition if you can grab it.
Comeback tucking in the corner. This Cam will take contact before him. He's got Loiter there with him there as well. And Larrock's holding on to the side. Big kill Element. 3 from CGN to retaliate. And now from the heavens, Comeback needs to play God! And he can! Don't call it a comeback. The Turkish talent has been here for years.
I mean, Hazza, that is sensational. We talk about win conditions. There is only one man who can be a sole win condition. It would be Comeback. My God, man. It gets worse and worse for CGN. Straight away, they come into this next round with a timeout. Having to talk about what happened in that last round because it was only one man.
One man made all the difference. Comeback, one of the few players who will be eligible, of course, for the EMEA League next year.
Oh, man.
And on the books of many, when you consider the history that we have with these lower finals as well. It's not a guarantee at this point in time.
I mean, the thing is, though, Hazza, we still have academy teams coming into next year. That's a big thing to consider.
Of course. But looking from that point onwards, as I said, on the losing side of this same game over a year ago, you know, 2 stayed, 2 were benched, and 1 just came back from retirement. It was only the players that made it to the final that made their stay in VCT EMEA. All 10 of them, in fact. So if you see this as your golden ticket, then it is for sure a prime opportunity now for anyone in the server to make their mark.
I understand what you're saying, Hazza, but even playing in this final, you put yourself onto a short list for trials, etc. Everyone is watching this game, well, the ones who are scouting anyway.
Pacific again 5 strong. This time it's straight from the barrier. No smoke, nothing to stop them. Only the players on the site. Vince needs to make an adjustment, but it's not quick enough. Quickly dealt with. Dappy through the smoke. The tags will help, but how much more can Benny do with this lease on life that he's been given? Nothing. Pacific find it all and get that spike down again with the numbers up. It is just rinse and repeat.
It is. Oh, it's so firmly in Pacific's favour, but if there is anyone who could be the person to come back in, it's Element. He has the rifle, can't win that first fight, the most important of all. Anguis now only on a Marshall, and picks for the Sheriff that was on his pocket anyway. Can find the first, yes he can. Like, this is something that could be worked with, and while the rest of the players remain in main, they're not wanting to give any scraps to him.
Larrock has the fragment here as well to just drop this down into a snail crawl. 3 players should peek him. Sure, Rose is isolated, but the rest do their job. Double digits Pacific, 3 away from that second map.
Well, I mean, 3 away is the gap from CGN to Pacific as well. That's the other thing to consider. But again, we have to talk about the state of the game and what it looks like. Element has picked up the up for the first time coming into the next round, Hazza. But for me as well, you've also got to be considering the ultimates and what's coming online and what is online. And most of them are in Pacific's core.
Element's got to make this op sing. Bested comeback in the majority of the opening duels. Turkish player only found a single scoped weapon kill back against him. Or op kill, I should say, in that time. So it's a chance to shine for the serve, but he drops away, and the Blaze, they're no better.
Benny left all of his own, Hazza. He can't get anything. CGN so late to the party. Coming back in though, what do they have? I mean, now all the utilities should be online, but remember there's still a judge on site. That's the worrying thing, and CGN have no notes about it. They have no idea.
Comeback with this judge is still such a scary prospect. As I said before, he just needs a gun in his hands, but Vince will loosen that grip. Death itself greets him. And a smoke down will make this spike diffuse easy, but not when the shocks are in play.
Hazza the flank as well. Jalassen's coming straight in.
He's getting primed in position. Anguis knows it, but what can they possibly do? Reveal between the legs of Davi. He stuck it down to half. He's straight back on it. The flank comes up trumps. Jalassen, the last man standing. Pacific with an 11th. And with that, the bye is gone.
has a massive round. And the thing about Jalarsson is the meaning of his name as well, Hazza. The boy who means greatness, and he brings greatness into such a key round here.
Enemy down. Shock down.
Breaks the bye. That's going to be massive for Pacific coming through.
Absolutely huge. What a round to win. CGN backed up to the wall right now. 5 rifles online. It's the blades in Element's hands that you've got to look at being able to do something. Fast play called, revealed, but no kill. And now they know he's empty-handed and has got to try and escape with his life, which he does a valiant job at doing so. But that was your chance, and you put Rose down to 8, but he's still got a drone, he still have his recon, and if you want to drop the ult from the back lines, then go ahead.
It's up to Anguist. All alone on B. Element's going to be here soon, and Anguist can't quite get out. Element can at least try and rescue the Guardian. Gets it after the 3rd attempt, but the players are in. The utility sent forward, and Element still standing strong. He's got something to work with, and Benny compounds it. There is a real winning chance in this round, but there are Neural theft is probably the thing that looks to upset it. No, it's Element.
Big kills from Element. That's the numbers. Pacific now on the prowl, looking to hunt. They're getting more aggressive. Snatcher Larson alone, and Vince will clean up. An 8th for CGN, a much-needed round. They couldn't take it when the rifles were in play, but they've just about stabilized the situation with a win here.
I mean, that's it, has it. 3-round gap. That's CGN needing to build up back into this. At least get 1 dent into this, right? They've got 1 round dent. Again, as I keep saying, it's about stringing these rounds together and getting the momentum at your back.
Such clean shots from Element, and Vince turning up when needed. He's a player who, when he plays well, everyone else on CGN plays well. So involved in the comms, so vocal, a big driving force behind them doing well. So now putting himself positive with some of these ults online as well, when you consider the fact that Pacific threw the Hunter's Fury at that. Rose still getting the value despite how low he was. What can they do here? It's another mid-Inquisition, but this time it's a lot lighter on the CGN side.
Enemy mark.
Oh, he's actually just caught the 2nd player there, the Cypher. You know, there's a bigger presence than just the sole player that was in spawn.
And honestly, I like this from Element too. Something that their DAC counterparts, Mao's doing a lot, layering that jet with a peek on top of the Cypher utility. You see him there, but do you expect Anguist behind this? And for Pacific right now, as the default continues, it is Rose just selling a fake. You don't often see them occupy A main any later than the first 30 seconds if they're not executing.
Still has her. Just suffocating the noise, creating this vacuum of information for CGN. They stay in the positions, but actually Davi was starting to rotate. Benny gets to run it back, but I think has it yet? No, he's still got it. Straight into the site and gets the entry kill. Can he get more? No. The Hunter's Fury perhaps could have. And look at this. They're 1 to the good. In fact, 2 to the good, sorry, for CGN. The cage working in Pacific's favour, and Vince having to hope that people can hold him, and they certainly are. Just Larocque out in main, 20 seconds left. Again, it's another one of those big asks.
CGN holding onto the backside space, pushing. And Pacific's execute. Benny invests the ult, goes for more fights. It's all good. His job is done. And Vince there, not taking any extra peeks, is really what you want to see, because the rotate was coming in. They had the space. They just needed to engineer the retake, and it works. Larocque able to keep the Vandal just about around the corner, and Pacific call time on this one. Things starting to get a little bit scary. 4 wins on the bounce, and all of a sudden CGN come back with resistance of their own.
You can understand it, right? Like the momentum slowly building. I know it's only 2 rounds, but
now
sometimes that can be enough to start the fire, right?
Ooh. Interesting from Benny. He said now it's going to get harder, and that is as the timeout comes through. So What exactly they're expecting here, hard to say. But on the Pacific side, yeah, that was another execute, which, like I said, leans into some of their more common tendencies. You see Rose, as that Sova player, go A main, maybe he throws the drone, maybe a recon, but nothing too much more past that. Once CGN realized this, they can afford the B rotation. And again, the biggest part was that Vince was able to hold his ground, hold his nerve on the backside B, and give them a chance. But look, you call a timeout, that doesn't bring the energy down. CGN still here, raising the roof and trying to make their impact felt to their players on the other side of the server, of whom they have followed from either end of the country.
Yeah, I mean, that's
to what could be the end of their campaign this year.
One game to decide it all for your year. Every match that you play is essentially a grand final, from the lower bracket all the way to the grand final. Now, here we go, straight back in. A little bit of a different buy from Pacific, but there's still things that they can work with, and they set their eyes solely on mid.
This time it's the Cam, but also Davi there following it up. So both ideas presented, and as soon as Pacific flush him off the angle, you're probably not expecting Anguist's utility to be here as well. Similar setup towards B, and look, Pacific have found so much value out of taking this space and putting those backstabs in, but there's not really enough pressure from Rose in main.
Has a CGN, Benny, they need to find a way to fight out of this, or else it's going to end up being a disaster. It doesn't end up being too bad.
And it's not Rose in the end, really, that has to be the distraction. He is the one who's then buying in off the pressure of his teammates through middle.
Right, let's look at the post plant though.
Scanning ahead.
2 players towards main, and Rose is invested through for a late flank. CGN slowly make their way on towards that site, and remember, the spike plant certainly isn't in the best spot for them to try and get the things defused. Element gets that kill, but now Rose is coming into play. He knows exactly where the players are, and the trigger discipline is working against CGN. It's perfectly played. He's given all the information to LaRock, who's playing on main. A tap of the spike, trying to bait out the peaks. It's not working. Time is going against them. Pacific look to get it done. Davi has no time to get it. It will be Pacific. It will be 12, and it's another map point.
And a huge map point to pick up, because there's breathing room between the two now. Benny said things were going to get hard, and I'll tell you what, they weren't out of the woods and they still aren't here. Looking at the next round, I mean, what they bring to the table, it'll certainly be interesting when we get to that point, because I'm seeing 2 ops getting selected. But for this one, yeah, it was an eco, and the big thing for Pacific is they just set the post plant up from both sides. They had the flank coming in, and they got the absolute most out of it. Rose, again, doing it all.
Element straight away off the angle. He licks him as a doesn't quite get the fight he was looking for, and has to give everything up. Vince and Element, they're so under pressure, and the need to respect what's being put forward. This is such an explosive take by Pacific, and they just seem to be hitting their shots every time.
It's one thing to buy 2 ops, but you don't want them both in the bloody retake, so Element and Davi are really going to struggle to get things going here, and Pacific are bearing down on them. There's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Benny, the last one standing, he will fall. 13 for Pacific, and with that, only 1 map away from the grand final.
Hazza, it is the long road for CGN now to try and get back into this series. A reverse sweep is asked of them, but for Pacific right now, I mean, what a way to come into this series. Win Lotus, win Abyss. I mean, it's amazing.
Again, so much work done by Pacific. They got the start that they were looking for, bit patchy in the middle. CGN still showing signs of life, but their death could very soon be on the cards. 1 map coming up, which could be their last. We'll watch it after the break.
In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa.
let's do something crazy. Get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day, and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us.
In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals. Whoa.
Well, PCF, they take the second map, and as you guys can see, the contrast of reaction on the side of Siegen. I feel like Zesh might just be all of the fans, representing all of the fans right now.
And I feel like I've seen him in that situation so many times, like when he was working with us, just looking at some teams. But definitely, some of those rounds were very infuriating because some of them Pacific had not a right to win, and they somehow managed to do it.
Yeah, they did indeed. I've got Natan, Kukuka, and Billy with me here once again. And here's the thing, we heard from Loiter's brother, Abyss is our best map. We're definitely going to go 2-0 up, and Billy, he was right.
Yeah, I mean, I respect the confidence. And I mean, last time we seen these guys play, Abyss Pacific did win. So, I mean, they've gone in and they've played their game. So, shout out to them.
Yeah, and they played it a very Turkish way,
Yeah,
right? They like
exactly.
to fight.
Explosive, just running it down, and I think CGN got overwhelmed. Like, they can't do anything. Like, they're just running, and yeah.
Like sometimes
Nothing much to say.
Yeah. Sometimes like some rounds were so curated, like the macro was insane there. Even they end up with a very big advantage, but they are not able to close the round. And after having that first map of Lotus of your choice, now they have to perform a complete reverse sweep. And I wanted to show this round because this is something the Pacific was doing. They change a little bit in the way that they're approaching onto A. Benny walks off with the wall and taking tower control here. I love this pressure and also the camera that they put to try and trick them into faking that they're not there and just using the sound of, yeah, they have control over this, but nobody is actually guarding the sides. We see Angus trying to get a shot there, breaking the camera, and just in this situation, and even with Element getting the kills that he was getting, Comeback just closes the rack.
Yeah, this was a really nice round. As Kakuko said, taking that heaven control was clearly the win condition for them to be able to get this round. So it was just really nice to see them exploding out into sight, having the space in the areas that they wanted to take. Yeah, it was really nice.
And there were just so many, I feel like, rounds that they had no business winning. They had no business swinging in so many situations. And I think we even saw towards the end, they played a super nice post plant, but even then it could have gone wrong.
Yeah, they did it so well. Like, I remember it was Jose in heaven, and he was just like looking at him and should I shoot? Should I not shoot? Should I wait a little bit more? And he did it perfectly, and even the guy in main like was just hiding and playing time. It was a really wonderful round.
There are many of these scenarios that we've seen them heating up, losing even 2v2s when you have the advantage, when you know how to close it up, because I think that they're their biggest friend and their biggest enemy at the same time. So many of these rounds are like this late lurk with such a good time and just waiting for the perfect moment. And some of them is you are already, because everything that you did in the round, you're in such an advantageous position that you let it slip. You already have the advantage. You close that first map. Everything is working on your favor. And you forget that even though you can, sometimes you shouldn't just go for the duel.
That's why we love Turkish Valorant, though. We love it. We love it for the fact that they just can't help themselves but to swing. But earlier we talked a little bit about the Comeback versus Element head-to-head and how this is going to be a crazy matchup. And let's just check in on how they're doing so far, because I think we maybe cursed Comeback a little bit when it comes to just how insane he was in the first death situation. But right now, Natank, Element is having a great series.
Yeah, actually 8-1 in 2 maps. In 2 maps,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
Oh my god, that's
in 2
cool.
maps that he lost.
Yeah, exactly. That's true. But then when you make the difference between Element and Comeback, you can see that also Comeback is taking more risk than Element, because he has only 9 and he has 20 first contacts. So it's maybe also more risk taken from Comeback.
Yeah, I think it goes back again to when like Element had to go up against Comeback last time these two teams played. Like Comeback really struggled to get into the flow of that game and actually play that duelist position properly. Like we said earlier in the pre-show, like he had more first deaths than first kills, and I think that we're actually coming to see that in fruition here again. So he really needs to stop. I don't know if he's thinking about the previous performance, but like it feels as though that might be a hindrance to him currently.
I want him to go in more.
Yeah,
do
more.
it even more. Yeah, why not?
I mean, I think that probably the reason why we're 2-0 is that even on that first map where he was not finding the first engage, but actually that first death on him, it was the rest of the team. They're like, even if you fall down, we know what the plan is. They're so used to be playing this 4v5 situations, and they do it to perfection. They will wait for one of those mistakes that sadly CGN is making. But now, thinking of the next map, things could be completely different.
Yeah, let's talk about this next map, because it's going to be Bind, and this is kind of like unknown territory for almost both of the teams here. But before we talk about the logistic, I just want to have a conversation about maybe the mentality side, because you've been there, Natank, you're on LAN, you're in the lower bracket final, it's elimination, do or die, you're 2-0 up, it looks like you're in a good position, but sometimes when you go into a map like this, there is a chance they could let it slip.
Yeah, I mean, we had the same situation against Apex in final. Like, we were winning 2-0 and we were on Pearl, and it was like a map we didn't practice at all. And so I think they're in the same situation right now, Pacific, and it's like maybe with the momentum they can just overwhelm CGN and just get the 3-0.
I think for me, I don't really know what to expect from Pacific right now, because we've not seen them play Bind and Ascension. I mean, back in the regular season, like they went 3 wins, 3 losses in their own region. So it's a pretty even map. Hopefully they've had time to actually make changes since then as well, because they were floating a couple of interesting compositions. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what they've actually changed and what lessons they've learned from playing it within their region.
You might be interested about that. I'm interested to see what comp CGN is going to be playing.
No,
because
Gecko-less.
yeah. So basically what Yusuf is letting us know is that they had this composition with Gecko that we have seen a bunch of. They played it with the Sage, but since they got to Ascension, they decided that, as you're saying, playing anything but Gecko. We've seen the Phoenix, surprise to nobody, the Deadlock, the Fade, the Sage, but then with a Sova. So it is very difficult for both of these teams come into this map with any other idea than let's play our game, guys. Like, there is no anti-strat to this.
Yeah, and that's where things get fun, right? Things can get a bit messy, a little bit more fun. Yeah, a little bit more fun into this. I think both teams, would you guys like to see them play the comp they played last? Is this somewhere that you want them to lean towards? So for CGN, having a Sage in there, no Phoenix, no Deadlock, a little bit more, I guess, normal in quotation marks, I think?
To be honest, I'm not a bind professional since I didn't play it for 2 years. But to be honest,
seen it, no?
Sorry?
Or you don't even look at it?
Bind, no. But we can. I think they have Sage, as I saw on the screen, and Sage is an agent that can just like just top the rush and just also lock positions in attack. So it's interesting to see it.
I mean, you haven't played Bind, but you're a Sage connoisseur, I feel like.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
We can maybe do that, knock on the wall. Let's see.
Yeah, I hope we do. I hope we do.
You have to rate them if they do.
And on the other side, too, Billy, do you want something out of PCF, maybe, that they didn't do last time?
That's the thing, like, I don't know what to expect from PCF. I mean, with the compositions that they have been running, typically you'd run like a double controller on this map, right? I don't see PCF running double controller. I see them probably running more like a double duelist or anything that's a little bit more aggressive. But in saying that, yeah, there we go. They're going to run the double controller and the double duelist. So, oh no, not a double duelist. Sorry, the single duelist.
Double smokes and. Oh, you're talking about, yeah.
I mean, at least we have one Gecko. I'll take the one Gecko. And Comeback is going to play the Raze instead of Yoru. I actually prefer him on the Raze.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this composition before. We know what it can do. Like, the combo potential is unreal. If they're feeling it, those micros are going to be even more strong that we were talking about, for example, on Lotus.
Yeah, and for CGN, how do they get back into this? How do they get themselves on the board?
To be honest, they have like a good attack comp, but they're starting defense. I talk about Pacific, but I'm interested to see how CGN will deal with Sage in attack, because it's not so easy. I think it's more a defensive agent. So they will start attack. Maybe they will. Maybe Pacific will get the advantage on this side, but let's see how it goes.
Hey, just wall up and defuse. It works. You know it. It works. It works. But this is it, CGN. They have to win this map, Hazard and Kari, if they want to keep their Ascension dreams alive.
Like you said, the Master of the Wall has spoken, and Sage can perhaps be the difference which CGN are going to need here. It's a deviation which they made coming into that series against Go Next in the groups, but the stakes are so much higher now. Pacific bearing on down to a historic grand final. As both teams have a negative win rate overall playing this map. This is free ground, right? This could be anybody's map. There's no way to call it. And what a way to be a potential decider. Pacific yet to find a consistent solution to this one. So if there was any time to patch those holes right now, and not just paper over the cracks, it would be here. Immediately in the center of the map, you can see Jules getting ready to be taken. Finally, the pin pulled. The nade drops. It's a tether onto Vince, and he's out of there. A lovely combination of utility, but CGN aren't done here. Looking to send their way up A through the back or the cover of the wall. They've even got control of lamps. Pacific now corralled into the back of the site, but Hazard, they need to be careful. Wall is going to consolidate this. Anguis still operating in the showers too from Anguis. Big kills picked up. Now 4 on 2. Sheriff into the hands of Jalarson can be a problem. Has the Incendiary to try and clear out a little bit more of this space, but Larok's utility is the big one. Dizzy and the Wingman, so important to help shift the odds in their favors and tilt the scales. That Dizzy has been used that you were talking about, and well, here we go. Straight on the spike. Larok already getting the first 2 kills, but they've not thought about Element. Jalarson forced into the fight and wins the pistol for Pacific. Another round slips the hand of CGN. And that's now 5 pistols that Pacific have been able to take throughout this series. 4, I should say. CGN only getting their first in the previous map, and I think that says a lot as well when you consider the fact that the momentum has always been such a big thing for this incredibly young team, new to the stages this year, and The early util combo as well. Such a nice read on the situation. Getting the most out of their Gecko for the retake. Everything falling into place. Now CGN on the Sheriffs to try and offset that.
Jolassen up against the... in fact, does he want to stick around? Looks like it. Spectre out. Can wins the first fight.
Yeah. Davy didn't know, was he, wasn't he? Ends up going down. Another player who was a hot prospect for CGN to pick up. You've got to think this is the furthest he's ever been. Even that run with Saul last year, one of the few players who has been in this position. But from an MVP performance in 2023, it is all too different. The next generation has arrived. Pacific making it flawless on their anti-eco. A clean sweep, CGN under the rug into the bonus.
That's it. They are making their mark indeed. Hazza now coming through to the next. A flawless round now means that the bonus gets even more dangerous for CGN. Pacific playing this almost on the front foot, right? Like just holding the angles quite advanced comparably to what we could normally see from defender sides.
It's the standard setup as well. Viper util more towards A, Brim on B. But Rose is going to have a premium on information here. CGN trying to take showers, but yeah, the Haunt has also revealed the other extremity, and now they're starting to collapse. Both of those players, in fact, folded in half through the TP. Only comeback remaining. He takes a fight, which he wins, but the follow-up isn't there, and it's a 4-on-1.
Well, that's it. Jolassen now having to come in against 4. You would expect this to be... yeah, I was going to say you'd be expecting this to be a CGN round. Thinking about the next one anyway. Horrible first fight.
Really is, right? It's an absolute ankle breaker. Oh my god. Shot down within an inch of his life, 6 HP. But to take a step back for a second and just break down what we've seen, it was that B long control for Pacific. You get the Haunt out early, Rose has the info, and with CGN playing into showers and that recon giving the game up, they wanted to try and crunch, but just a bit of a disconnect, not quite getting the fights as they would have liked them. I think as well, a smoke that kind of was right in the middle of it all made it a little bit more difficult. You have to see it back on the replay. The most important takeaway is that CGN have liftoff on Bind.
Yeah, and they manoeuvred quite a difficult task, right? That's the most important thing, and straight away, round 4, comeback, gets the op online, which he is known for. It's iconic, right? But it's how quickly he opts for it.
Exactly it, quickly making it iconic. A player new to this stage, but like a duck to water has taken it up gracefully. Util towards short. Again, CGN trying to play towards this A side of the map, and we're going to look at this trade-off of info. What do Pacific want to do this time? Are they reacting a similar way? I think with the operator, you've just got to be looking at holding down the sight lines and calling a rotation.
I mean, that's what you'd hope for, but Pacific still want to look at the minor details, and you can see they're committing players towards that hookup. I think as though CGN look to stand on the outskirts of a smokes down and not quite into the site just yet. Looking to cross the T's and dot the I's, but how many I's and T's can you look at, right? Because like, they're taking their time and allowing Pacific to get into position.
Interesting change on the wall as well. They completely forfeit the hookah space, so fighting in the site with the showers control, elements still on the nade. Just delay it a little bit longer with the slow. It's not a retake that can be set in motion, and in fact, the Haunt doesn't even get the reward.
It's now going to get dicey now. The players coming in, and you can see how slightly disconnected they are. Jolassen trying to work on the wall while the other two were making their way into sight. CGN will get their second round.
And it's really nice from Benny as well. Bringing this Sage pick in, a lot of people would have their criticisms and say, look, the reason why you pick an agent like this is because you've not got a concrete game plan other than just stick the wall up and take the site. But instead, it's towards hookah. They're a lot more aggressive. And what he's always said about it is, it gives you different angles to fight from, a different way at, you know, perceiving the same situation to most, and the counter utility here was spot on as well.
Well, as for Pacific Hazza, you've got to be looking at Larocque.
getting that thrash online, contesting towards Showers, and, well, actually committing the Hunter's Fury all the way from shot to get rid of comeback from this position, but you can see Pacific still know that the presence that CGN like to put forward.
Dabby has more picks than anyone else in the competition with that ult, so it's not surprising that he wants to try his luck nice and early. CGN lots to work with still, but the numbers are thinning out. Sharp shooting, Sheriff and Guardian. Loiter still hanging around, but is finally put down. Another weird wall from Benny, but this is what he likes to do, and he will continue to play around it in bench.
I mean, look at towards Larocque, Hazza, he's nowhere near. I think he's maybe going to go for a TP at the other side of the map. As for now, the two remaining are not combining at all. They're going all on their own, comeback, yeah, like, this is what you expect.
This is what he does.
I mean, that's the thing though, right? CGN are just playing together right now, it's simple.
This is what he flipping does. Benny puts the wall down, and yeah, you're probably thinking, oh, he's messed up his A plant wall. No, it's just to give him a weird off angle. He's shoulder spotting from it, and it's what Natank was speaking about earlier, you know, both when he was mentioning the Sage pick and a little more indirectly in the style of play, as Vince will just shut it all down, is that they do approach things a little bit more nuanced. You're gonna see Benny doing weird stuff like this, and if you don't have an answer to it, if you don't clear it properly, then you will get punished.
Yeah, Ultimate's the aim of the game right now, is there is a lot coming online, and there is a lot to come online. Like, one away is what I'm talking about. And interestingly enough, Hazza, there is a sign of weakness shown for the first time from Pacific, an early timeout from them.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly one way to perceive it. And look, as you say, Key will know best his players, the mentality of them, how they're feeling in this situation. I think of big timeouts on Bind, big moments for Pacific. That qualification game when they were looking for promotion into challengers. The speeches being given on every single side of the server. It's not just going to be the coach. It's going to be guys like Loiter telling their players when they were 10-2 down just to focus and to have that team mentality that they've been so good at, because there's been a bit of a disconnect here. And if he can rally the troops, the 16-year-old of all people, then they can come back much in the way that they did to win that match.
Well, coming into it, Hazza, I mean, the A site has probably been the most vulnerable from Pacific. That's where CGN have got all three of their rounds. Now moving forward, complete change-up. Now they look to pressure towards B long and see what they can find towards the other side.
There's no information that can be taken here early through the Fade Haunt this time, so you're looking at Larocque a little bit more limited with the Dizzy.
Yeah. I mean, so far, a path of least resistance that Pacific has taken. The angles that they're holding further back, not wanting to contest CGN on the front foot. It's like they were doing on that that anti-eco round, if you remember, Hazza.
Yeah. I mean, Larocque here is alone on the other side of the smoke, but they just give it up. It's standard CGN. They'll be committing towards the A side. They're posturing for it. And in terms of the utility as well, like I say, you were missing that information collection. That's why Rose rotates. The Prowler comes out, still has the Horn. It's going to be key back into this flood if they want to help come back on A. Element has the showstopper. He should be the first port of call.
Hiding in the smoke though, has a CGN have no idea. Anguish still low, gets the first kill, and that's massive. Getting rid of the player on shot, they get the site for themselves. And again, Hazza, that wall will make it even more difficult to get into sight. And the fact that for the most part, CGN, Hazza, they have so much left in pocket. Pacific, they're waving the white flag and giving this round up.
You have to. Just weapons to be saved. Loiter one away from the pit. You've got the Thrash available. Things to be thinking about in the next, but CGN on the other side. Orbital strike. Angus close to the fumes of his own. Benny with the res, and to speak of Benny again, 3 different plants, 3 different walls. That's why it's so hard to retake against these guys, because you never know what the setup's going to look like. And to be honest, I don't think Benny does either.
No, listen, there's disrespect shown to CGN in this tournament, but they definitely know exactly what they're doing. Different ideas, diversity shown, and I think as well on top of that, Hazza, the other thing to consider, this is the first time Pacific have been pushed onto the back foot in this series.
Yeah. little have they trailed on the playoff stage. You look at the win rates for both of these two teams in their own respective playoffs played. CGN were only there for the grand finals, whereas Pacific had a run through which they played 12 different maps at a 75% win rate, which is ridiculous. So,
I mean, the thing for me as well about that last setup, Hazza, B was a lot more reserved, which CGN could get the advantage on. A wasn't, and that actually ended up costing Pacific.
And the difference is this time, it looks as if they've thrown the orb much deeper. You've got Larocque behind this, and with the Thrash available, it's a reaction that you're able to make. CGN collecting the info, a deeper sight hold that the drone will soon reveal.
I mean, Hazza, but if you're just going to jump spot it, you can just walk straight through that orb anyway. Oh, disrespect shown, spam, and you get the kill, exactly. A lot of damage done though in the meantime, and Pacific are committing utility to delay.
And again, he can make himself useful here, but all the Pacific players have to do is stall this site. They've got two players who've already explored all of A, so much map material for the defenders as it stands. There should be only one place that they're worried about this execution coming in right now.
I mean, 4 ultimates to come back in on. It should look all towards Pacific, and the Thrash invested as well as the Viper's pit. The thing is, though, is Anguist has got the kill, an Element finding Rose, having to use the orbital strike. This is costly for Pacific, and they need to get this over the line. Spike still not down, and come back lurking on the edges of B site, starting to work their way in. CGN bait out the players with a tap of the spike. Nothing comes through, but this is when they begin to activate. No way Davich was getting out. No way that showstopper was going off, and no way Pacific were getting that over the line.
The fans are absolutely loving it, and you can see why. That is a round that means so much, Cairo. All of the ultimates invested, and no results gained. The molly from Anguist backside just eyeballs it and lands right at the feet of Larocque, whose Thrash is immediately silenced. Nothing more that they could do. And now CGN will be feeling confident. Again, 5 rounds on the bounce after what was a flawless anti-eco into that bonus.
Listen, the narratives in this game can quickly change. CGN need to get what they deserve right at this moment in time. At least an advantage on the next half as they prod towards the A site. Pacific are starting to get moved off the angles and respecting what CGN are doing in the meantime.
This is huge from Rose. It's actually going to go ahead and back this B long position up all the way past Fountain with some player presence for once. Yeah, Pacific fighting, showers instead, but they lower their head to the guillotine. CGN waiting as the arena is continuing to shake. The fans right behind them, but so is Rose.
That's the big thing. Rose still lurking in the back lines. Pacific looking to hold on towards at least backside.
And the reason why this will work is the tentative nature of CGN. They're slow to take the space, and that just gives the chance. Rose already lining up, laying in wait to find the back of the head of Element. He is gone. The Nightfall through, the Prowler off the back of it. Vince condemned, but Anguist by his side. They combine for the round, which slips their fingers as Rose is able to haul it over the line.
Caught in a sauce, trying to work the utility, doesn't work out. But at the same time, Hazza, CGN have no idea of what's going on in their back line, right? That's the big mistake in that last round, allowing Rose to come in and upset it completely.
Just seeing here the fights taken by Pacific. Larocque able to get one on the way out and does so much work towards triple to make this a possibility. Gives it to the hands of his IGL, and no mistakes will be made from a player with his experience. CGN looking a little bit stunned after that one, but they come right back through with plenty ults of their own.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Now it's completely in CGN's favour. This is where they have the advantage. Respecting the smoke, and Rose putting some pressure behind that, right? Showing that he is there, the presence.
It's kind of an obvious choice to make, though. As soon as you've been exploited on one side of the map, you immediately go there in the next to see what the hell happened. And Pacific, knowing that, are continuing to test the other extremities. You've got 2 players walking right down short.
I mean, that's it. They know where the pressure is. They know that CGN like to play in stacks, so they manipulate other sides of the site. But the thing is, though, Hazza, they're hot on the heels of CGN.
Comeback is right next to the TP, but Loiter still walking through the market. Anguist head turn up close, but punches in the kill. Finds his opposite number, and with 50 seconds, CGN have a little bit more freedom on this map.
Yeah, that's going to be a massive relief, but at the same time, Hazza, no one expects the second flank.
They certainly don't, and Comeback is here, backing it up for the rest of his team and affording a hefty rotation. 30 now left for this to make happen.
30 seconds
and
left.
CGN queuing up into a site with plenty of players and plenty of utility to stop them in their tracks.
Molly's expended, Hazza, but the players are also being expended. CGN finding the picks, but the thing most important is the time. Comeback yet to come into the fray, but there's still Rose sitting in the middle of the site.
10 seconds.
I mean, Hazza, that wall will do a world of good, but they're still trading through. Comeback, while he was coming into Hookah, has to call it quits. CGN, they love to play with the low time.
They love to pull the heartstrings of the faithful CGN fans in the audience as well. And they have yet again been rewarded. I mean, you look at that round even, it is a late execution, but they dealt with the situation well. Comeback wasn't able to get too much value from the flank, and then even Benny just dropping in the res there for some extra security. The wall to stop the tube player, for goodness sake. Like, it's not standard play, but did you really expect that coming in if you knew these two teams?
That's it. And also coming into this map, we spoke about how both teams have a negative win rate. Do you want to know who has the better win rate out of the two, Hazza?
It's probably CGN.
It's CGN, mate. Like, that's the thing. When you look at towards what Pacific have been able to do, Hazza, they've only been able to win 1 out of 5 games played here.
There's a reason why they've not brought it out this event, and we only see it as that pool pops up in the best of 5. Here is the res, the wall. Yeah, Benny, the man who bleeds black and gold, doing everything for them there. His impact being felt in ways which, again, is not simply scanned from the stat sheets or the kill feed. A default this time, as both teams are a little bit more hesitant as to what's going on, because they've both been pushing and pulling. Time to do your tie and shirt back up and get ready for business again.
The reactions and the proactivity from Pacific has been so commendable, but at the same time, the reactionary nature of CGN has also been. Now they go for a lot more spread default, right? Not stacking, looking to manipulate the proactivity that happened last time. Thing is, though, Hazza, Vince needs to be careful of what Pacific are putting forward.
What was it you say?
There.
Don't back down, double down,
Yeah.
or something like that, right? Look, they've just kept on going. 2 players in A short again, and despite the worst Scottish accent you've ever heard, CGN are actually not in a fantastic position here. Pacific have numbers on both sides. Again, that hasn't exactly been an issue for the DAC team before. Managing to get into the site, Jalarson first to go, and everyone else alongside them. It is a clean sweep, and that flawless chant will very soon be heard.
Well, that's it, Hazza, because the one thing that has to be said, well, Anguist has had his ace in the last map, or sorry, not the last map, the other map that was played. I'm not seeing him being hitting the highlights like he is on this map. Sure. He is finding value and holding the flanks, cutting players out, and that's why he's top of the leaderboard.
That's exactly it. Again, another player who in isolation has been so strong, picked up in the off-season, did brilliant work with Ovation. That's where he built his roots in DAC, where he dug his heels in. Yeah, he's a player who's great at doing that too. Just, again, standing his ground.
Standing their ground. Pacific in towards Showers, getting that smoke down and a little bit of cover to work behind, although there was certainly many bullets flying. So both teams know what's on either side of the smoke.
CGN playing together too in this situation. Again, like you were saying, you do have Anguist by himself, and another reason for that pickup is Capio wants individuals who can be exactly that, self-sufficient. Speak of Davi as well, being a jack of all trades, how much he offers coming in, but this time Anguist comes up short, and so for that, they are down by a player and a whole lot of space because Loiter's face checked all the way up to market.
Yeah, they've sent the Thrash through to try and grab towards Showers. There's a big picture starting to be made here by Pacific, starting to be painted. The thing is, though, Hazza, what is the nature of it? The players of CGN are walking into a trap, and there's so many green bodies on this side waiting to find their chance at a gunfight.
Roche surely wouldn't peek that. I mean, Vince is here by himself with the spike, completely isolated in 20 seconds. He goes down, and the ship will sink. It does, in fact. The captain, the next. And that final swan song as they're lowered beneath the waterline. Pacific will be the ones on the receiving end of this first half. The advantage is secured for the DAC team, but this final round could be so influential in keeping them in it.
I mean, that's it, right? It's a big gap that could be created in 8-4, or it could be 7-5.
Anguish just checked his map when he was taking the fight. The reason perhaps why he lost it. Yeah, he's not very happy with that one.
I mean, but why would you check your map as you're swinging that angle?
I have no idea. Cairo, maybe he was looking for some info. No, of course. No slight keybind issue, first time on the stage. It happens, but here we go. CGN hoping this won't be their last on Bind.
Oh,
and an 8 could put some daylight between the two. Showstopper's already done that, taking the backside space from Pacific, but Showers is where they react.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing you've got to watch out for is Anguish slate flank, but they're using this smoke against CGN, right? That's a defensive smoke, having to actually put a second one down to get some breathing room. Still, this Showers fight, we're waiting for this to come through.
Orbital Strike should be the cue for Anguish to take the peak. Larsen is so wide, yet still Anguish acutely aware. The mosh pit drops into Hookah, and the rest of the Gecko utility follows it up. It's all being laid on the line. Comeback doing his damnedest. Larok there as well. Vince in the hot seat, but he'll fall. Davi the last to face the music. The recon misses the mark, and the Showstopper puts him on death's door. Larok will kick him across the threshold as Pacific have just about got to their 5th.
Yeah, I mean, the lay of the round has been mostly CGN, but the worrying thing is they're starting to allow Pacific back into this game, right? That should be so firmly in the German side's favour, but the thing about it, I mean, as I say, like, the next half will be a continuation of that momentum for CGN.
Yeah, that it certainly will. A final round for Pacific. They'll get 5 before the halftime. Can CGN close this, or does it all end here on Bind? We'll find out after the break. A huge second half coming up, the biggest of CGN's year. Sure, they lead by a couple of rounds, but Pacific have started to put their foot down. They respond towards the latter stages of that first defensive half on Bind, and now to the attack side is where they can bring it all home and send themselves to a historic grand final.
Well, Hazza, if CGN start can be as loud as their fans, they're certainly going to be on the right path. As for now, though, we start off with Pacific just being explosive towards Showers, but at the meantime, the rest of the players across the map, pretty slow.
Immediately, the game plan is there. Building towards the Thrash first ult point, up and running for Larok. Spike on his back with the wingman in his pocket. You know exactly what Pacific are trying to do here.
CGN, you can see what they're trying to do, Hazza, in terms of where the players' positions are.
For Pacific, this is a very standard setup and something that CGN should be aware of. They split the A site 3 out of 4 times in the playoffs in Turkey on their pistol rounds, and well, Anguist has held down his lane exquisitely. Already the first headshot coming through, hoping there's plenty more where that came from. The recon would give him half a chance. It's Element instead that has done the dirty work. Davi there with it, but even trades. Pacific still, they trail in post.
That's the worrying thing, Hazza. Both players are completely disconnected. They're not working together.
Rose has wrapped around, will be here to help out LaRock. And this shuffle into the backside could be huge, but Benny's wall will bring out the defuse, bring out the peaks. It's all coming to the forefront. LaRock has got the kill, and it is just a tap. Still selling the fake, the info is there. It's looking like another Pacific pistol round, and LaRock is the one to hammer the final nail in. 3 from him, and they are only 1 away from equalizing that score.
I mean, Hazza, the anti-eco is the time to do it. And what does CGN do differently on the defense to get some value, right? Do they stack? Do they go and test the limits of what Pacific's setup is on the attack?
Hard to see. CGN still waiting for their knight in shining armor to carry them through and find a map win here. Anguist, another of those rounds with a Sheriff in his hands where he's expected to make the play, but that only leans into what Pacific already know. And as you mentioned, these anti-ecos have been clean. How much that means coming into the bonus, we would have to find out, but you cross that bridge when you get to it. Got to beat Anguist first.
I mean, the pistols and the Sheriffs have worked before for CGN, but it doesn't look as if it's going to be this time. Yeah, the entry's looking so easy for Pacific here. Hazza, the 2 remaining players, will be so late to the party that they may as well not be here.
Yeah, invite got lost in the post. Turn up 24 hours later, the gardens are wrecked, there's confetti everywhere, and Pacific all over CGN's parade. The banners brought to the Berlin Arena, but this is going to be another anti-eco conversion, and look, if they can do it flawlessly, you've got a couple pistols here, LaRock's going to be chasing off the nade, it's a lovely combo, and that's the Thrash online. A big piece that they were playing for from the start, from minute 1, that they'll now have in such a huge round.
Yeah, it's the macro game plan, right? They're looking for things that they can work with in the next round, and comeback even gets one towards the showstopper. So there's contingencies being placed for future rounds. I guess the Thrash, the easiest to get online, and the one that you can find so much value from time and time again.
And in terms of what the setup is going to try and be here from them, well, Pacific, on a round such as this, they have shown defaults before. They'll be looking to try and exploit that gap. Showers that key piece of space which we've seen removed from the clutches of CGN round after round, though, and that's immediately where the first priority's placed.
I mean, ultimate orbs, right? That's the thing that tips the iceberg, and a great entry from Element, but is that going to be enough to enter and get the win in the round? That's the question that we pose to CGN. Time and time again, Hazza, they have let the round slip.
Benny has also used that wall early towards B, and it's very passive in terms of information for CGN there. This rotation will be late if they look to move towards A, and right now, behind Anguist's own smoke, we've got a lot of work done. The Thrash is here to bear on down, he gets detained, but is there a safety net? Can anyone answer the call? Anguist needing support, an Element picking up the phone, picking up 1 kill. Is 1 kill enough?
Yeah, Hazza, Pacific are still fighting their way back in. You've got to look at where the last remaining player is, right? Still late and still time ticking away.
A 2-on-2 now as well. Another round where Pacific were down a man, yet still look to be in prime position. Jalarson's found a hat-trick, and comeback closes it out very quickly. The deafening cheers are instantly silenced as Pacific have put themselves in front.
I mean, Hazza, they take the advantage for themselves. They now put CGN in a position where it is do or die. This could be the last map. I mean, there's still rounds to fight in, 2, but 3 rounds in a row, converting the bonus, putting your defence on an eco and a broken economy.
Another round like that as well, where CGN have the advantages, but then they are very quickly lost. And you look at this late round being extremely cagey, it's the exact same as it was last time around. The difference being, Pacific didn't win a single clutch in the whole of that previous best of 3. CGN, on the other hand, 7 round winners and 2 1v3s. We've had nothing of the sort here so far.
Frustration starting to show on the faces of CGN. You saw it there from Element. Can CGN find a way to bounce back? Because it's not just shown in the server, it's out of the server too. Pacific, vibe so high, Hazza. I mean, you would expect that being 2 maps up to the good, right? But CGN, they're letting everything show on their faces.
It's a 4-player stack here though, Cairo. This could be a real confidence booster. CGN have managed to find 2 kills from it. Benny repositioning under the window of Hookah, so hard to clear. It plays in Element and he gets one back. But it's a 2v2 when the dust settles and Pacific still in with a chance. Can Anguis find the round-winning shot? He can't. It's all Pacific here. And sure, they only get out with 1 player, but 1 is more than enough.
I mean, Hazza, it doesn't matter how you win the round, it just matters if you win the round. And Pacific, they're just finding value in every front. CGN, it can't be stated enough, they've had their chances and it's been slipping time and time again. I mean, right here, right, you see it, but you need those killing blows, you need the luck to be on your side sometimes when it comes into important games like this lower final between Pacific and CGN.
Benny, the only man revealed, his position already known by the wall that goes up. This is a huge gun round. The biggest that CGN may play. Slow orb comes out just after the showstopper, but it doesn't matter because they've managed to get out. He gets out with his life, but the space is given up. And with Pacific having conditioned this showers control so often, CGN will still have the expectation that it's a play towards this side of the map.
Big 1v1 between Loiter and the first player that he sees on the site. In fact, no, dips off. Up being traded, they're expecting comeback to head straight in towards B. Anguist, all alone, another island which Pacific have to conquer.
Util to set comeback up, like you say, the op traded. Pacific have 3 different players that can befit such weaponry should they choose, and right now, out of Hookah's probably the worst place to go. In fact, Rose, the one who was holding it, has gifted it straight to them. It was the shorty he was trying to use. There's another showstopper flowing through. 1 player long, that's Loiter. He can't crack the nut, they just can't get in to this site. CGN holding on, but finally it starts to fall apart. Element, the last man standing. Benny coming in for support late, and so is Vince. It's a 1v1. CGN calling out for a hero, calling out for a clutch, and finally they get it.
Hazza, finally the floodgates open and they get their first clutch, which I think has actually come through from this whole series, right? It's been going Pacific's way time and time again. And the question is this going to be a deciding factor?
That's the problem, we've not even got to this point most rounds. Pacific wiping the floor, and Vince stepping up when he was needed. Ults on both sides, another big round. The next just as important as the last. Pacific getting caught out a little bit there. They wanted to explode onto B. It was Hookah that they tried. Try and try again. A combination which has Anguis caught.
Yeah, he's struggling. At least gets the trade through the Viper Molly, but the thing is though, Hazza, Benny's gone investigating. Hunter's Fury hasn't gained the value that they were looking for, and Loiter forced to try and break the wall. Now presence being shown on A shot through that, and Pacific are starting to gather their forces outside of the site.
Second slow for Benny. CGN and Pacific both cut down to size, 4 players each, and that utility dwindling. Here comes the execution.
Oh, Hazza, Pacific are going to be able to take the site. player to the good. Vince has that orbital strike, but I mean, there's two ultimates, the Viper's Pit as well. Davy H at least gets comeback, orbital strike in, but not a real lot of value found.
But this is all delayed. Larok at the backside with a huge triple kill. Larok shutting it all down, standing between CGN and a fourth map in this series. Pacific want to take this here and now.
Yeah, timeout, no wonder off the back of that. You think you're about to be even, all goes wrong, finding double digits. Caprio can't be happy, neither can Zest. Frustration really should be creeping in.
It's just Benny there as well. He's the solo anchor of the site. He uses his slows, he knows they're going to be pushing, stays on the angle, can't find the kill, and then Larok, advanced into bench, has done so much. A star in the making, and you are watching his story unfold on this very stage. 3 rounds away from a clean sheet, a clean sweep of CGN. Their 4th final, very much eluding them unless things will change in a matter of rounds, and the next one up is nowhere near a pretty sight.
I mean, that's the thing, right? I mean, this is where your bottle is tested. This is when you look to a team and you say, CGN, yeah, you've come back in best of 3s, but can you come back in your most important best of 5 yet? Even if you win this map, right, you still got another 2 to go. CGN, I mean, has a... I can't even begin to think about the mental state that these players must be in.
It's so damning. CGN, a result here completely changes the dynamic, but you're just waiting for it to happen. 1 round from the previous 6 does not make for easy viewing. It may get worse. It could get worse. It looked like it probably should have, but Anguis has escaped, joins up with his teammate towards the long side. A little more towards elbow, in fact, but Pacific don't follow through. They're still giving the respect on a round such as this.
I mean, the spike might be towards the B side of the map, Pazza, but it's not committed to it, right? Davy H, he's got nowhere to go and he's forced to TP. This is now worrying because Pacific know there's 1 less player towards this side of the map, and there's 4 players here for the attacking side.
He's forced the rotation out of Element. They needed to bring 1 back over. Davy does get out of showers without a scratch on his face, so now into the late round again, you've got to be looking at making a gamble, and it's the same default setup run by Pacific, the same late execution, and the same from which CGN were able to find a result previous. So many ults to try and mitigate this though. That is the big winning factor.
I mean, Hazard, the thing about this though, Spike is still not committed. While the ultimates are fully flowing, the thing that you've got to realise is that Spike is nowhere near it. Somehow it's still kept even between the 2. It's 2v2, 25 seconds remaining, Hazard. And CGN, they need to try and find this round. Davy H had a chance, but the thing is though, is Larok will find the ace.
That's what he has. 5 of the best. And Pacific now only a couple of rounds away. Look, you said the spike was nowhere near in a position to be planted, but it didn't matter because they won the fights on site. They invest 3 ultimates, but they don't care because it's given them the 11th, the foot in the door. They're about to cross to a potential grand final here, and unless CGN's buy round has something to show for, that's their 2024 done.
I mean, it has been a long road until this final. And to lose like this, I don't know. CGN have shown time and time again that they can bounce back. But is this the match in which they find no bounce at all?
Pacific have certainly got a spring in their step. The short push from Loiter is triple barreled this time. Around Rose, carving open the B-long position. Buried in the garden is Vince. And there's only 2 players, either side of the map. Big one from Anguis to actually follow up on that pressure. The additional player numbers behind Loiter's fake. but now they want to follow it through. Now they want to take the A site.
I mean, there's still a res and it's being used, right? So Vince is back in the fray and it's still a 4v4. That is a big bit of information. And now Davy, as you said, has the most amount of Hunter's Fury kills. We'll bring it forwards.
Yeah, the stall has bought enough time for a full rotate. Ro's the only one there to duel it, and now the bodies are on the site.
Well, still to come back, and the players all stuck in CT, moving as a 3, moving as a unit. A straggler goes off Davy H to hold on towards Lamps, but you look at Pacific's setup, Stillason, he's so deep. He's playing for that Molly line. Up the top of the spike will probably bring it forward, but comeback gets another kill. Player to the good, it's looking good for Pacific, but maybe not so much anymore. The Molly being used up, and you look at the ultimates, there's not one for Stillason. Now it's up to Vince to answer the CGN SOS call. Save our season, Hazza, but Pacific look to end it.
They're right on the brink now. A huge round, and that Molly meant absolutely everything from Stillason. As you said, the setup was there, and now CGN could be sent home without a single map win. 160 competitive games since the EMEA League was founded, the first German team to set foot on this stage. And they have been silenced by that next generation, the Turkish team that nobody thought could, but they have.
Oh, it gets worse, Hazza. It's the most important round. CGN are playing for their tournament lives, for Dak's tournament lives. Engagement's been taken, and Davy H has actually won his. Loita, on the other hand, finds his opposite number. Now you're looking to the sole Portuguese man on the A site, calling for reinforcements. Can't find a fight. 2v4, make that a 2v3. There is perhaps a chance for CGN.
2v1.
I mean, Hazza, Vince needs to come up massive.
It's over.
He won't find it. Turkey is going to the grand final.
Dreams die young, but Pacific won't stop dreaming. They are one game away from carving their names into the stone forever. A historic grand final awaits them against a repeat opponent. CGN's heads hanging to the desk as the fans continue to give them their flowers, but it was not to be today. It's all Turkey as they take the lower final.
I mean, Hazza, time and time again we have spoken about young talent coming from Turkey. Time and time again this region has been reaped of future stars. I mean, Tier 2, you think towards last year, the failures of Fireflux, the failures of multiple teams not being able to win the games that they are expected. This year, this roster has come through and blown everyone away.
Consistency. Fireflux took their first ever title and everyone thought that that would be it. S2G threw their hat in the ring and again fell short. Digital Athletics, the one to represent them last year, but it's this team that have gone the distance. Both of them, CGN and Pacific, failing to make it out of the group stages a year ago, but they can be proud of how far they've managed to achieve this time. The fans will celebrate their 5 heroes. They fall short in the capital, but there'll be plenty more to come from them, I'm sure. Their story doesn't end here. They simply give way to the next generation.
I mean, that's it, Hazza, right? Dak finally has a champion to be proud of. I mean, a region who's shown up time and time again to events, to everything. CGN, the team who's ever come, or who's come the furthest, the first team in Dak to beat a Turkish opponent. Sure, they can't win it this time round, but the thing is, Hazza, is they've at least started to break down barriers which no other Dak team has done before.
Well, the gates to the kingdom are up ahead and Pacific are ready to knock on that door. The only region to reprise its space in the top 4 was Polaris, and it is Apex, the end boss, that await them. They have taken this opportunity with both hands, the Turkish team, and for how young they are, they played with serious maturity, especially on that final map when things looked like they were slipping away from them. They locked in and now it is just one more best of 5 between them and the Promised Land.
I mean, that's it, Hazza. Everything has been set. The young guns, the 16 and 17-year-olds, the players who have made their debut this year, up against Hazza, what is now looking to be one of the most experienced rosters. I don't know what else there is to say about that.
Well, there's a grand final tomorrow, and we certainly know what that's like. The Northcasters all too well will remember last year, and Apex there, as they are again. Another record of 24-2. Will they be able to reverse the result this time, though? That's what we want to know. And from speaking to the guys yesterday as well, and for everything that they said on the Apex side, look, we don't care who we play. We just want to get to that grand final. They've made it, and now Pacific, I think you can't help but feel this is going to be the more explosive, more interesting, and more unpredictable.
I mean, Hazza, it's been built up to be the grand final of ages. I mean, for Apex, it means everything. For Pacific, it's them putting their names on the lips of everybody. I think they've already done that, but they could go one step further.
Like we say, Turkey as a region in challenges, so rich in player quality, 10 domestic spots on foot and BBL to fill, and look, plenty of names that we'll be looking at there, and some which will be ready for us in post-plant, speaking to Yinsu Kakuka, Billy, all of the desk. We've got Rose and Loiter on the line.
We will indeed be joined by Loiter and Rose in just a moment. Welcome to Post-On, by the way, the first one here in Ascension. I've got Billy here with me. First of all, I think it's a very sad day for CGN, for the fans that came all the way here. They were so energetic and so on, but you got to give it to them, though, to even make it all the way here in the first place.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, a team that came up through play-ins, like, they have to be happy that they at least got to play on LAN. And yeah, it is unfortunate, you know, getting to play on home soil and then having to go out in that fashion of it being an 0-3. Like, it's sad, and I don't know if jitters maybe just got to the better of them today, but I mean, I'm sure we'll see them go on to do amazing things as a team in the future.
Yeah, and you can just see how brutal that stage is, right? Nothing matters up until this point to get on this stage, and we are, I believe, joined by Rose and Loiter. Please come and sit down with us. Hello. I think I'll get Rose here, Loiter on that sofa maybe. Fun? Yeah?
That was so funny.
It was fun, yeah.
You had a lot of fun out there?
Yeah.
Okay, first of all, congratulations. Your first time in the studio, and you got a 3-0. Yeah. What did you learn from the last time you played against CGN? Because obviously they beat you last time.
Yeah.
I let you talk. Yok oğlum sen konuş, sen anlatacaksın oyun planı.
Their game style was so different to us. You know, like it was hard to play against them because they are just playing like so aim fight, like us, like Turkish players. I mean, like the same game style, but we weren't be ready for this when we are playing in Ascension like playoffs in the first time. And we just talked about this, like what we can do, what's the difference, how can we fix this, and we just talked. We just did some like theory because of for this, and that's it. This is what I can say.
Yeah, I agree. I don't have so much thing to say because I'm just a player. I'm just playing my own game.
The thing is, when I spoke to you, you know, when you guys first got here, I think you said a little bit about how maybe the last time you played them, your ego maybe got in the way. You guys were expecting to win, and now that wasn't the case today.
Yes, because of the group match, like we won 4-0, we didn't lose any match. Because of that, we think it was going to be easy on the first match, but it wasn't easy. There was a little bit ego. We were playing individually. All the time we are picking solo picks, and we die. This time we played as a team and we win.
Yeah.
We love it.
We do love it. And how does it feel as well, going from those best of 3s to a best of 5 today? That's something that we kind of spoke about in the pre-show. Do you think if it went to like that 4th or 5th map, you guys would have started experiencing a bit of fatigue?
I think it's going to be well because we are ready to play best of 5s. We can play it. We played a lot of best of 1s in the past because was good for us.
Yeah, we just played grand. I mean, like in our region, we just played grand final, like best of 5 also in LAN, and we know it's gonna be hard for us. But we just said, guys, let's go. Let's finish it like 3-0.
You broke the 3-1 curse.
Yeah.
You broke the
Yeah,
curse.
finally.
You broke the curse. Here's the thing, though. I know this time you showed a lot of respect for your opponent. You were very well prepared.
Yeah.
But you were also very energetic in the round.
Yeah.
You were telling him to sit down. Not one time did they stand up. Not a single player on that side stood up. And Rose, you were out here like, sit down, sit down, sit down. And it looked like you had so much fun just kind of letting that energy out,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
We know we need to do like something different from them. Like we must show our power, like in ourselves. Like, and I just said, guys, just do whatever you want. Just be yourself. And Larok did everything, you know, like like me. Yeah. That's the point, I guess.
What did you think when Larok was shushing the crowd? Because
Yeah.
obviously the crowd was very
He
on
loved to do
CGN
it.
side.
You know, like in our region, he did it in LAN also. Yeah. Again, and this is him. You know. Yeah. This is his character. Like. This is about him. I cannot say anything about that.
Very entertaining.
Yeah. It's being good for us because when he do that, he's hyping us too.
Yeah, yeah. He's our hyper, you know, like.
Oh, the vibes
Yeah,
guy.
he
He's
loves
the
hype us.
vibes
He
guy.
loves hype us.
He's your like boostio.
Yeah,
He's your
yeah,
boostio.
yeah.
Here's the thing though. Do you think that maybe helped you today? Because I don't know if you ever felt that way. They, when they were winning rounds, they weren't really, you know, doing the sit down. They weren't shushing you. So did you feel like you had an edge over them because you were so hyped?
I think they were under the pressure, you know, like because of this. Because we just said, guys, let's do this. I think they're gonna get pressure because of this. And yeah, Larok said, of course I will do it. It's not about you. Like he said, if you're not gonna say this, I will do it. Or I mean, like also. I mean,
mind games.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have to do mind games.
We win in the mind games when they don't like cheer up. They are winning round and they are just sitting like this. Okay, guys, well played. But we are cheering up. So it was a mind game, yeah. When we lost the round, we are saying like, guys, they are not even smiling. we win this. Like it's so easy for us.
Speaking of mind games though, like how was it competing in front of the CGN fans? Because obviously we could hear them roaring from inside here. How was that? Did it kind of edge you on a little?
We could, we can hear them too.
Yeah.
But it was hyping us too much. Because when we hear them like cheer for CGN, we are like, shh. Like.
Yeah, we did it in our region. This also, like, you know, Fireflags, they have huge fans like them, like CGN, and we played against them in like upper final or I don't get it, like, and they were doing also this. Davulun İngilizcesi neydi? Onu hatırlamıyorum.
Neyi?
Davul.
Drum.
Yeah,
oh, the drum.
Yeah,
the drum.
They bring the drum also. Like they were doing in LAN in Turkey, and we just said, guys, this is hyping us. Just be yourself and be focused. That's it.
This is a Turkish thing, though. I feel like everybody from the Turkish scene has experience of this huge fans, fans that cheer for you, fans that cheer against you. So you guys, I get used to it, right? You're used to it.
we are used to it. When they are not cheering for us, it gives us so much hype. Like we are going to silence the crowd.
You did it. You did it.
We did it.
How nice was it to have your brother and your family there in the crowd?
It was so nice, to be honest, because I love them and I give them a promise to play here and win this match. And I kept my promise, I promise.
Yeah, your brother was literally like, oh, Abyss is our best map, gonna be 2-0, we're so confident. And he was right, he was right, yeah.
We didn't lose single match on Abyss.
Yeah. You're looking very, very strong there.
We have like 100% win rate, you know? Like, that's it. That's what I can say. Abyss.
You might not get to play it tomorrow because obviously
they're gonna ban. Looks like
they're gonna get a ban. They're gonna get a ban. So we'll see. And this is the other thing when it comes to having a high win rate is your pistols today. How did you go from not winning a single pistol against CGN to winning, I think, 5 out of 6?
I don't remember. Did you win pistols, guys?
Yeah, you won loads of pistols today.
Yes.
And we have one here as well. I'm buying. I didn't think you were gonna win this one in this 2v3. And this was a really smart pistol too from you guys.
Yeah. Larok is incredible. That's what I can say. I think about him. You know.
Yeah.
He saved the round.
I mean, you were in that clutch as well. I feel like team effort.
Yeah.
And it feels like every single one of you guys have what it takes to save the round. You know, sometimes Comeback just decides to kill everybody. Sometimes you do it. Sometimes you do it as well. So it must be nice, right, that your teammates. You can trust your teammates.
Yeah, of course.
When I die, like I can try, I can die, after that they can win 3 versus 5, 4 versus 5. We can win every single time.
Sometimes I'm just thinking like, I think if I'm gonna die on attackers, they're gonna do something. That's why I can try something solo for them. You know, like to make some pressure for them. And if I die, I don't care. Like I'm just saying in my mind like Lloyd will kill 3 now. He's gonna do it. He's gonna do multi-kill. I mean,
You got the IGL mindset. The IGL mindset. And speaking of that though, there were also rounds where maybe maybe in a 5v3, you don't need to swing, you don't need to fight. So in your position, do you ever say to your boys like,
I'm just saying like, guys, just play.
Don't fight.
Yeah, don't fight. Discipline. That's it.
Yeah. And what happens when maybe someone does swing and you're like, I told you not
No,
to
it's
fight.
okay. Sometimes happens, you know.
we don't say unpositive things when the match is going. Like if someone gives entry or in the post plan someone dies, we just okay, we got this. If he dies, we will win anyway.
Yeah, of course. Everybody can can do. How can I say mistakes? Yeah, mistakes. You know, like that's it. That's why we are playing Valorant now.
It happens.
Yeah, of course.
Obviously, you guys are a really young team as well. Rose, with the experience that you have, is there anything that you've been kind of drilling into the players?
Ben tam duyamıyorum. I cannot hear you like.
Is there anything that you've kind of been teaching the players with the experience that you have?
Yeah. I just said like 6 months ago to myself, Rose, you need to play with young players, I guess, because they have they don't have ego, and you can just teach them something. Like I think they're gonna understand you. Like, and I just said to my organization, I'm just gonna play. I just want Loita, Larok, and we just did trials, and I just saw like these guys have no ego, and you can just teach something. I just said to myself, you know, and that's the point, I guess. If you're playing with huge ego players, and it's gonna be so hard to teach something and fix his mistakes. That's what I can say.
You're 20.
Yeah,
You're young.
20,
You're also one of the young players. You count, okay? You count. And how is it for you guys? Because I'm gonna instigate a little bit, okay? I'm gonna stir some drama because we heard Avova was saying how you guys are just kids. You're just a bunch of kids. Yeah.
To be honest, like we are kids, but if you have the experience, you cannot win because if someone is winning with experience, then we wouldn't be here.
The game is not about experience. Yeah.
I like that. I like that. So
Yeah.
experience doesn't matter when you guys are just better, basically. Okay.
You need some talent, you know, like you need to do something different. You need to improve yourself, like like a team, and that's the point, I guess. And you need to be family. That's the main point, I guess. If you wanna achieve your goals, if you wanna improve yourself, that's the main point, I guess.
You got to do it together, you know,
Yeah, of
everybody
course.
together. Here's the thing, though. Despite all of this, you know, me stirring drama, you guys are good friends with Apex boys. And I was getting kind of scared that we weren't going to get PCF versus Apex because I think that would be so sad. We will get it. And we have a quote here from Soulcast. He said that we've scrimmed PCF a lot and we just goof around with each other. You know, they just have fun with you. You guys know each other well.
When we are in lobby, Kajak was screaming like something Turkish words, you know, like you know that.
We played a lot of pracs.
Yeah, with them.
And like one prac, I dropped 30 on Viper.
Only one? Surely every prac
Not only one, but
yeah.
that prac, after the prac, they followed me on Twitter. Everyone.
Yeah, at the same time. At the same time. At the same time also.
I just opened the Twitter after prac and I saw like 5 guys following me. What's happening? Then after we just pracked a lot of times and we are just friends now.
In server, nobody is our friends.
Oh,
we are just friends.
In server,
you know?
Everyone be quiet, right?
Yeah, of course.
But they really wanted to play you because I think Hype was saying he wanted to play you as well. Do you feel the same? Is that the team that you wanted to face in the grand finals?
Yeah, of course.
It was like after the playoffs in Turkey, I was like hoping for Apex to come grand final.
Yeah.
It's a friendly rivalry.
Yeah.
But if you had to, you know, tell them what's up, you know, give them a message before tomorrow. You want to say something?
When we are qualified for league in Turkey, we just say to each other, guys, don't talk too big. How can I say?
If you talk big, You eat big. There is a attack captain word for that.
Of course, of course.
Büyük konuşan büyük ya. So we don't talk big. We are just playing our game.
we are just playing ourselves. Like if there's maybe somebody saying like you guys are so good, you're gonna win this game today. Like maybe against CGN. I'm just saying I hope we're gonna try our best. That's it.
Yeah.
Humble
what I can
kings.
say.
We will try our best.
Yeah.
Humble kings, humble kings.
Since you don't have any words for Apex, do you have any words for the Turkish fans at home?
Oh. yeah, we
They,
have.
they are having the best day ever, you know?
Yeah.
They're loving life. Yeah.
Can we
You can say in Turkish, of course,
Okay.
of course.
Arkadaşlar bizi desteklemeye devam edin. Sizi seviyoruz. Buradan aileme de selam söylüyorum tekrardan.
Ben de aynısını söylüyorum. Destekleriniz için çok teşekkürler. Desteklemeye devam edin. Partner Ligi'ne 3. bir Türk takımına geçirmek için elimizden geleni yapacağız. Bütün ailemi çok seviyorum. Onlara selamlar. Bizi desteklemeye devam edin. Gerisi gelecek.
Çok güzel.
Yeah, of
Çok
course.
güzel,
That
çok
was so
güzel.
nice, yeah.
Love it. And we're going to take a look at the bracket real quick because we do have just one best of 5, a grand final left. And I want to ask you guys as well. I mean, this is definitively going to be the most high pressure situation you guys are going to be in. You win, you go to VCT EMEA next year.
Yeah.
You lose, you won't have that opportunity to represent PCF in VCT EMEA.
Yeah.
Have you ever kind of had to deal with pressure like this? And if so, how do you deal with pressure
To
like
be honest, we don't feel the pressure.
Yeah.
Like no one can put pressure on us. We break our pressure thing in Turkey's playoff. Like first match from
In offline.
Yeah, in offline to Galacticos. The first map we lost it, and we were like just smiling each other, and we will win this game, guys.
Yeah.
Trust. And
We broke this like how can I say?
Galacticos maçı.
Hayır, neyi kırdık diyoruz yani bu.
Pressure.
We just broke the pressure, you know, in this game. Like it was bind, it was 10-2. We were losing, and we just tried to do comeback. Like we got 4 round by round, like, and we lost. We just gave some hiccups, and we went to like our coach room. I just said to team, guys, we just broke the pressure now. It's our time. Let's get it.
And after that, we don't feel the pressure ever again. Like
Not one time.
It's off. Yeah, it's for so chill for us.
Wow, you need to teach me. You need to teach me how you do that. You need to teach me. But thank you very much for joining me. Thank
You're
you,
welcome.
Billy, as well, for joining me. Congratulations. Big win tonight. Have a good rest. We see you back here tomorrow.
Our sound is not gone.
You're going to scream even more tomorrow.
Yeah,
we'll
looks
see you
like.
here for the grand finals. And that is right. We just have one best of 5 left. You guys are home. You don't want to miss this. Set your alarms. Make sure you are here tomorrow. 6 p.m. CEST, we are going to have the grand finals between PCF and Apex. Have a lovely evening, and we'll see you then.
Bye.
Could pose to be a problem. Not for Loiter. The Paranoid has done so much. Pacific crush CGN under their thumb. It looks so easy. Let's
Now down to a 1v1. Captain Cheese himself, and Rose knows exactly where he is. One shot dart, it doesn't land, and the hot hands is played Benny in, but it's Rose instead that grabs the round.
Well, this is all delay. Larok in the backside with a huge triple kill. Larok shutting it all down.
good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life, too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man of my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you're talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got a baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life, too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms, got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride that despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life, too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Friday night putting them plays in, but it feel like a special occasion. So let's go out, go blazing, hit the dance floor, let go frustrations. I might have a hidden agenda, but my intention's pure. I'll give you all that I got, and I hope that you don't need more. It's okay, just take my hand now. Damn, me and sweating your hair out. You got me creasing my sneakers. That's usually something I care about. Couldn't see the path, but it's clear now. You was in my dreams, but you here now. And I just want a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you.